That is incredibly punished. Well, High Guy is also here. This is very cursed. Hold up.
Yeah. This one here. And we are live with actual visuals. Hello, hello. Alright, so this will also be on the YouTubes. I have with me your boys, Ryan and Jack.
Hello.
And we are going to talk about Vanguard with FGO on the side. We're going to bring these new cards for our premium collection with the boys because they like premium. So here we are with the premium stuff. Before that happens though, let's do some things to add the things in. As in, let me grab did I grab the same port tickets? I did. Cool. I got the 10 tickets in here. Nice. Good job, Robert.
I think I just got my 10 tickets too, so...
Yeah.
The translation for all of these up on the side, by the way.
I brought up, the set.
Yeah.
Because I had a feeling Bob would do it like this.
I have the set on the side, but it's not shared onto the screen.
No,
I can if I want to.
That's fine. I have it.
Okay. Alright. All the cards are placed in numerical order. So, we can start with the first card. Stun Divine Knight Aeroglass. And for the content is a Stride. Its effect is when this attacks, counterblast 1, turn it face up. Draw the same number of cards as your cards on the rearguard circle. Choose a number and call them.
Choose the same
as
number.
the same number as drawn and call them. Then if you have 5 more rearguards, gain imaginary gear force. And I forgot audio. This is...
So I have to look at the lit. I have to see what our... I call this nice. This card, what it does is it provides... It kind of it provides an attack extension A, as well as hand filtering.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing it provides, in all honesty, is that imaginary gift force. That's what you're using the card for. Not, you're not actually using this card in, for realistically any other reason. This card works nice in Jewel Knights, but you can argue it specifically works in Jewel Knights, is the thing. The imaginary gift force, like I said, I feel like is the selling factor here.
And it's very good in Jewel Knights. And it being 1 card plus 4 engine off of just your Jewel Knight normal rotation.
Yeah. I think it might also be played in, I guess if you want to do it Ultimile. But even then, that's still a very niche deck. I'm gonna say this is in the tier of C. That's nice anyways, because you can go into the Stride. But there are a little bit more better strides for it.
They're realistically gonna sit on Crystal Luster, so I think I agree with you. This card doesn't power creep out Crystal Luster. There's no very specific point in time where this card is going to ever see a priority as far as anything specific. It's just another toolbox. So I'll give it. Yeah, I kind of agree with the C because we have to be a lot stricter on card concepts here.
Yeah.
Now, I know I said that, but this next card is essentially automatically going in S tier.
Oh, I also forgot the tiers of S tier. That's damn, that's good. A is nice. B is good. C is that's nice anyways. And D is why. So, yeah, C for Royal Paladin card. That is for the Stride, not the G units yet. We will get to those in a little bit. Decrease the stream IO real quick. Alright,
so this next card I'm gonna argue for S tier.
I would say, for people who don't know, it is Happiness Spinning Nada Dragon Kick. It is a Stride that has an effect as an X. Once per turn, you can flip a card face up in your G zone, reveal the number of cards equal to the number of face up cards in your G zone, plus 2. Call all normal units to the board and then put any trigger units into your hand and activate trigger effects. I agree that this is a S tier.
Yeah, so before we progress, so the way this works with over triggers is the over trigger is revealed, add it to your hand, you apply 100 million, you draw an additional card. The over trigger is not removed from the game, but you also do not gain the additional effect.
Correct.
Just so people have an understanding on how it works with OTs. That being said, this sprung up a lot of controversy, but no, like what this does is it's a plussing strided oracle that, in all honesty, the only plussing strided oracle that doesn't require an on hit is Ichikishima, and you kind of don't want to use that card to go +1 for a plussing stride.
Yeah. Yeah, this is basically if people do not know, from V is a Susano, but on a stride. So you still get you basically do a triple drive before your combat. I say this is indeed an S tier because sometimes when you don't have a really good first turn strike, also on no counterblast, this card's really good. Also fills a board, which is very important for OTT, as OTT is a clan that kind of just needs their board.
So Oracle doesn't actually, like, a lot of the Oracle strides don't actually directly generate any card value. Like I said, this card can be your first stride, and it's realistically going to be your first stride, but it's a stride you also want to see later in the game too. This is one of the very few strides in this set where it's, in my opinion, this automatically warped the way the deck works, just because of this card's existence now. And that's insanely powerful.
Yeah. It works with a lot of the B cards like Tetra Megas, which will stack crits on top. It also works with the era cards just like Hexorb, as well as Bastion, because Bastion kind of can generate a board state without using cards from their hand, and all their effects will also proc off. So I think this is a good game that's good. I would say that. Any other evaluations on that, though?
I wouldn't say this is the Hex Orb deck. I'd say that's the Crystal Luster, because you have your Vanguard skill.
Yeah, but you still get pretty much the same thing as it would be, but without, like, drive checking it. It's the same concept in theory, but without wasting resources.
That's a topic for another day.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll say that.
It is a very good card.
It is a very good card. But yeah, our first S tier. We will probably. I think I want to do a cleanup with depending after like evaluating stuff, but that's if the time allocates.
Yeah. We'll evaluate stuff after because it's kind of hard to hard assess.
Yeah.
Ooh, this next card.
Yeah.
So I actually have not fully given my thoughts on the Angel Feather stuff yet, since it literally was revealed last night.
Yeah.
So I actually get the luxury of doing that.
Yeah. So the Angel Feather card is Holy Seraph Zakiel. Is a shrine that says act costs once per turn. Discard a card from your hand, choose a total of 3 cards from your drop and circles other than Vanguard, and put them into your damage zone face up. All units in the front row gain plus 10,000 until the end of the turn for each normal unit put, and then it gains a drive for each trigger unit put, and then you heal 1 damage from it.
You heal 1 for every card you put.
Oh, for each card put, heal.
Yeah,
heal
you
it.
don't
Okay.
You don't just kill yourself.
Yeah. Alright, so how about I go last?
Ooh.
I am like the resident Angel player, and I have things to say.
We have a Diamond in the FGO account now. We have a Saber Diamond. Wow, that's very surprising.
Damn,
Even I don't have a Saber Diamond in
I
the
don't own a
meta.
Diamond.
Yeah.
That happened. Okay. Like I said, I'll go last here.
Yeah. I like this card. It's very good. It generates a power stack that helps out a lot in Angel Feathers when they get reach. It also takes away any like face down lock cards. It even takes cards from damage zone. So that way you can stack up with like Celestials. You can do a couple more other things, and then it also may or may not do other things. But I say this is nice. It's also a counterblast solution and just a discard, so it's actually pretty nice.
I think what this card really says most of the time is going to be discard a card, countercharge 1 or 2, get plus 2 or 3 drive. Almost all the time. So it's going to be just a good plussing stride on first or even second ride if you really need it. And it helps to reset your damage if you need it in the deck.
And then we have Ryan's final opinion.
Alright, so here we go. I'll start off by saying this. Angel Feather is a rearguard centric deck with 0 ways of protecting its rear guard. And The V era stuff has always been leaning towards a 3 attack deck, with some of your cards being able to do stuff like Sentinel Restricted Crits, aka Hemiel and Palace, while all of the G era stuff is multi-attack based and pokes a little bit weaker. None of that, which both of which, none of the cards synergize with each other. That's kind of my biggest issue. But moving that aside, what this Stride app does, it fixes your damage zone. Like, it hard fixes your damage zone. It gives you an answer to Lock, which is a matchup Angel Feathers outright autofold to. I'm a grind deck, but the grind deck doesn't mean anything if I can only swing once a turn. And I will deck out before my opponent Chaos Breath. This is a answer, and it also just says counter charge 2, counter charge 3, maybe get a dry check or 2 out of it. Like, it fixes and switches your damage zone, so it's a very good first Stride, and it hard sets you up, and allows you to play for setup for sequential turns and plays, like with your G guards that are, which we'll get into when the G guards show up. But this synergizes very well with the G guards. It gives you resource refunding. The thing about Angel Feathers is the deck doesn't countercharge as freely as people think it does, in my opinion. So having a card that essentially just reads countercharge 3 is very nice. I like this card a lot. However, in context of Angel Feathers, the card's going to be bad because it's an Angel Feathers. But I overall give it a B tier, A tier. It's definitely a card I needed, but it doesn't fix the inherent problems with the deck.
I was gonna say like A tier. It's really good. It doesn't push the deck too overpowering. It does also like give.
But it
any,
also
like,
doesn't
things.
shift it a tier. Is the other thing.
Yeah. Like it'll probably bump it up from like tier 2 to tier 1, and like
No.
or not sorry, not tier 1. Sorry, tier 1.5. Sorry.
Nah, honestly, not even.
Not even. All right.
Not even. But it is like the start of a piece I desperately needed.
Makes sense. So, say A tier, B tier. So I'll probably put an A tier, and then we can reevaluate from there.
I think it'll probably be top B
Top of B.
is where it'll end up. Top
Okay.
of B is probably where it'll end up.
Yeah. I'll put it at top of B in the beginning, and then we can always just clean up ranks when we get to it. Next up is Dark Knight Crutch, which is a strike for Shadow Paladin. It has an axe skill. Once per turn, retire 2 rear guards. Your opponent chooses 3 of their rear guards and retire them. If 3 cards were not retired until the end of the turn, this unit gains an auto ability. Once per turn, at the end of the battle that's its attacks, you can Kairos once and retire 2 rear guards and stand its unit, and it gains plus 10 power. So, I guess I will saw it. It's good. It's not overpowering. It's very strong with certain like decks that need like to sack fire. Gives you another repeat with what's his name? Cleric Sword. It's basically another Cleric Sword in the Cleric Sword deck. Lure gets a restanding Vanguard in case like the return board gets like all semi-locked. And then future decks might be maybe like I don't even know, like maybe Fan Blaster, but they have already better shards, and Revenger kinda has like decent okay shards, and then this will go off the top. And that's pretty much my thoughts on that, pal.
So it doesn't lose drive checks on restand, which is really nice, but you are theoretically sacking 4. You can consistently guarantee the restand, just because you're in a deck that has a lot of board control. But aside from that, it's competing with the Shadow Paladin G-Zone, and Shadow Paladin G-Zone is very tight, but it somehow found a way in, and then power crept out Phantom Blaster Diablo, which essentially tries to do the same thing, but this does it faster, this does it sooner, and you're honestly probably on more copies of this than Phantom Blaster Diablo.
Yeah, because Phantom Blaster Diablo...
No, sorry, Spectral Duke Diablo. My bad, not Phantom Blaster Diablo. Phantom Blaster Diablo is a different card altogether.
Yeah, it's also nice thing that you mentioned Diablo, because Diablo needs 2 to do the effect once, while you can do this effect, or Spectral, that effect twice if you just include 2 copies of it. So you have the same ability twice rather than once.
You technically don't actually care about your face-up G-Zone in Shadows, Because Warfreza doesn't care, and the only reason you cared about your face-up G-Zone was for Spectral Blast. Spectral Duke. Now that you're essentially removing Spectral Duke, you are a little bit more lenient on your G-Zone. Of note.
And the other value is a Spectral Duke is Counter Blast 2, whereas this is Counter Blast 1. For its Spectral Blaster.
Yeah.
But he is a Counter Blast 2 to activate a second effect and a Soul Blast for the first one.
This is just a SAC 4 instead of a SAC 2.
Yeah, it's a SAC 4 instead of a SAC 2, but your first one also is, you are at the end of the day only Counter Blasting 1.
Yeah.
Which in a meta where a lot of people are looking to damage the Nai and then kill from 0 to 6 or 1 to 6, having that cheapening cost is very helpful.
But yeah,
A lot of premium is what can you do on a single counter blast, and if you're paying 2 to restand, that means that's a counter blast you're not spending somewhere else.
Now here you have just one counter blast to do a restanding Vanguard effect, plus you still have the chance to swing with your rear guards first, so you can still apply pressure there.
Yeah. Alright. But yeah, I would say this is like B tier good. It's not changing new decks, it's not increasing the older decks. But I say it's like a nice kit to include.
It's an upgrade, but a side grade, realistically.
Yeah. I would say I would put it below the Angel Feather one. Not just because the Angel Feather one needed more than like Shadow Palace did.
I think it's probably just a little bit below it though, because it is a very good card.
I can agree with that.
It's competing for deck slots with a
It's competing for deck slots with very good cards.
That's
yeah,
true.
it's competing with Crack and somehow makes it like.
Yeah, let's be fair, the card is not bad. The card is in fact quite good. It's just they have a lot better cards.
Yeah. But yeah, I say it's good. Not because it's bad, because it's just competing against newer things. Older things. Next up is Golden Knight of Glory Evolves. Is a strive for Gold Paladin. It says continuous VC. All your rear guards placed by a card's ability this turn gains +5. And then whenever this attacks, you can counterblast one, put all your rested rear guards to the bottom of your deck in any order. Choose 2 cards from your hand and call them. If you put 4 more this turn, at the end of the battle, stand this unit, and then it gets -2 drive.
You're restanding Vanguard for golds on a stride.
I will put away the FGO on the side, because Gotcha is done.
It's absorbing your stone.
So what it does say you're paying 4 cards. You're essentially paying 4 cards to restand your Vanguard. So you are essentially discarding 4. However, you're an aggro deck, those 4 cards are on the field and they already attacked.
Yeah.
So you're not actually losing anything because you already went Mer.
That's true.
That's a
You know,
it also fuels its first skill by calling 2 dudes, and then those 2 dudes get 5k, because you don't actually have to call as well. So worst case scenario, it is just an attack resetter, or an attack extender. Like, if you don't meet the restand requirement. So there's still, like, a lot going on here, if I'm being honest.
It is also very good with cards like Agravain and other cards of that nature that on place call plus.
Yes, Agravain? Or no, I think I'm getting the card mixed up. I'm thinking fucking... No, wait.
no, everybody only got a V, and then like the old like Mega Blast card.
I'm not thinking of Agravain. I'm thinking of the other idiot with the weird like roto wings in golds.
Oh, the
Wonder Assault?
No. The other
No.
one.
It's
the grade 3 with like that looks like he's like falling from the sky with like weird wings.
Oh yeah, that's...
You know
I know
exactly
what
who.
I do know the card, I just don't remember its name either. Oh, Sagamore.
Yeah, Sagamore.
Is it
It's
Sagamore?
very good with like Sagamore.
It's a Sagamore, Percival, anything that can extend, it does just give you free extension for no reason.
Yes.
yeah. But I will say, what you call it? It is a good card, but it is competing with a lot of like strides. You probably won't only stride this until your
So
second
it's actually
stride.
not competing with a lot, Robert. The thing about Gold Paladins is...
Their best stride is Gurglet. or no, that's their best Vanguard is Gurgwit currently, and this is fighting with. God,
This honestly is it. It's fighting with like exactly Glorious Rain, in my opinion. Glorious Rain is their attack extender. Gurgwit Helios is just like their toolbox is a lot of options, but nothing they honestly really want to go into that isn't named Spear Extract or Ultima. So, in all honesty, what this does is this actually gave you a transitional stride, like a mid-ish game transitional stride, and I use mid-game very like in relative to like this deck kind of a thing, because this is still just an aggro deck at the end of the day, but it gives you like that bridge if you somehow couldn't connect the gap. And sometimes in situations like against Order Colony or something where you just need to be able to put pressure on the board, this card gives you pressure if you get locked into that grind situation.
Yeah.
So I actually would give this a solid nice.
It'd be a solid nice.
I'm giving it a nice.
What do you think?
It's the A tier.
A?
I think it's A tier. It's quite good as a card, and I think it shells up something that the slower gold paladin decks were having issues with, which was just attack extensions and pushing numbers consistently.
Okay.
Even then, I think the fast decks also are like okay with the card.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
A it is. Alright.
Everything but the fastest deck.
Alright. So next we have Offering Souls Heavenly Dragon Jaganda Lurga. It is a Genesis Shrine. It has auto Vanguard once per turn. When this unit attacks, you may flip a card in your G zone face up. Choose a number of cards with different grades from your drop, put them into your soul, and this unit gets plus 10,000 power until the end of the turn. It also has a skill as when your opponent's unit is put into the Guardian Circle, other than from the deck. Soul Blast 3, retire that unit, and your opponent looks at the top card of the deck and then calls a new Guardian into it. So, I think I will give my pieces on it, and then we'll save Ryan's for the last.
Yeah, I'm a Genesis main for reference, everyone.
So, in the general sense, this card basically says on attack you may move up to like 1 to like 5 to 6 cards from your drop to your soul, depending on the deck. So getting about like on the lowest on 10,000, which is still pretty nice, up to like 50,000, which is cool.
Wait, this doesn't mean 10k per card,
It's
does it?
not 10k per card.
Oh, it's not 10k. Oh, it's just 10k in
flat
general.
10K,
Oh, it's just flat 10k.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a flat 10k.
But it does basically say on attack soul charge 3 without paying a significant cost, which is just flipping up a G zone. And then it has the guard shooting ability, which is interesting. But I think Genesis will not. This screams as finisher in Genesis, which Genesis technically doesn't really need, because it allows better finishers without going into this stride. This is like at a 5 damage, trying to push to 6. I say it's nice. Anyways, this is definitely a C tier.
My only question is, when are costs paid when your opponent places a unit on the guard?
Oh, so they'll be able to resolve a PG.
Yeah.
No. It's not about resolving a PG. It's about resolving any other effects.
So this works really weirdly, but to explain, they place the Guardian. I have priority to apply the effect, so I can apply the effect to pop it and then put the top card of their deck in. However, they can still resolve any enter effects, even after the card is gone, because the card's still checked for the enter, and the enter ability went on stack. My skill just prioritized as turn player.
Okay. See, that the only question I was thinking about is whether they are paying costs for their effects before you choose to retire or not.
Now, as turn player, you choose the skills. I think your opponent does not. After that.
It's meh. I don't think you needed a plus soul card in Genesis. You have most of the time an issue getting too much soul, and any deck that needs soul really can't take their shields down in Genesis. I'm thinking of stuff like Regalia, stuff like Pog Dragon with what's his face, Valkyrion, like stuff like that. They just really can't like go like, I'm just gonna go shields down for a second to get more soul when you're just gonna get eaten alive. So then I think it's probably like C tier. It's like, it's not like a terrible card, it just feels like it's not what Genesis wants right now with the decks that it has.
Alright. So I'll start here. I think this is an A. So I'll go into my mindset. So the thing about Bob, I believe Bob is correct when we realistically look at this card and go, okay, so this realistically says on attack, soul charge 3, maybe 4. Best case scenario is you're soul charging 6, but that's not gonna happen unless you're Astral Poet and for some reason running the grade 4 Bastion. Unless that specifically is happening, you are most likely not resolving a soul charge of 6. So this realistically it says and reads soul charge gain 10k on attack, which Genesis I think has one other stride that generates any form of soul value on its first attack, and the card saw play for a while, a very long time, and it stopped seeing play because loops are dead. This is a safer way to do it, and it's still, it feels nice and it's actually needed, so it allows you to set up for Ultimate Minerva a lot smoother in like the current Regalia build. So the second effect, there's actually a lot to unpack here, because what the second effect is doing is it's actually aiming for something all different than altogether, which is applying, it's actually applying for a different win con. It's not trying to like, it's trying to go for the deck out win con actually, which is something I've been looking at for a very long time as like another way to play Genesis, and we have been seeing cards that like slowly progress us to this, but this is like the first stride that somewhere like gets it to us. The only problem is this card would be a lot better if there was any degree of multi-attacking outside of Regalia, because with Taro banned, Genesis actually cannot perform multi-attacks without flipping a stand trigger. So, like, the card is great, and the card is actually something I think I've needed for a very long time. I just got all the tools I needed to make this card work banned, is the problem.
Yeah. Okay. So
there's still like one or two more things, but like that's the shorter version of it. I think this is an A. This is 100% something I've been looking for a very long time, and I'm glad I finally got it.
How about we split the difference over B?
I was about to say like we can do a B because I think I like it. I like it,
and
it's good.
It's good, but it's like there's like Genesis, the decks that Genesis are winning with right now, and like you said, a lot of the tools that would make this good have been hit. So it's like the things that Genesis are looking for right now is mostly not what this is, but it is a good card.
Yeah.
I do agree, but it does follow the same pattern as the Oracle Stride in my opinion, in terms of this changes how your stride pattern works.
Yeah.
And that is actually of note, because it actually dictates my first stride now.
Yeah. I would say it's above the Shadow Paladin one just because of the need for it rather than like the playability of it. But I can always agree to put it below as well.
I don't actually argue to put it below at that point. Like I said, I see a lot of different value in it, but like from the outside in, I can see the card not on paper looking overly powerful yet.
It's not even necessarily just on paper, it's just like, really this isn't what you want to be doing in current Genesis. It's very good for different Genesis, but right now Genesis isn't in a place where it can really play this.
Yeah.
And admittedly, it's on a one of, and it's the setup Minerva for the following turn, realistically.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll put it on B. Alright.
Yeah,
Next up is Divine Dragon Knight Barakat. Is the Kagero Shrine. Has the auto ability when it attacks, costs flip a card in your Jizo face up. If your opponent has 3 more open rearguard circles, this unit gains plus 10, a critical, and a drive until the end of that battle. If it's 5 or more, all your rearguards gain plus 10,000 until end of turn. I will give a piece on this. Card's good! I was like, card's good. Card is very good.
I'm a little mixed. Let me explain. I actually agree with you, Bob. Overall, I think this card is great. There is a fatal flaw in the card. Like,
Yeah.
two things. One, I'm surprised it doesn't bear the Blaze keyword. But that's not even the big part. The bigger part is it doesn't enable itself. It's purely payoff. And if you have 5 rear guard part, honestly doesn't matter. Or if they have 5 or more open circles, your field gets 10k. That part honestly doesn't matter whatsoever.
Yeah.
It makes the card a lot better against Excel.
I guess. But the problem is it doesn't facilitate itself. It doesn't pop a card on its own. I think this card would be a lot better if if you had to pay let's say a counterblast and it popped as well. Right?
I can understand that. This is a very good damage denied stride play. If you do need to get to stride, at most points of the game, your opponent would either commit less rear guards, so you can punish a little bit more if you want to on rear guards. Also, it's your opponent, if you are the cross or anything like that, and they will try to rush you down before you do your things on turn 3. If you are going second, this does push them pretty darn hard into it. I would give it a B if it wasn't for how certain decks are portraying it. Because the cross doesn't really need a stride, and then if they ever do, they go into dungeon. I've heard is really good with it, and some other things.
I want to say it's like the Genesis Stride. It's a card designed for a deck that doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'd give it a C though, because again, it doesn't facilitate itself. At least with the Genesis Stride, you're facilitating itself realistically.
Yeah, because I was thinking of putting it in B, and then it would have gone into A, outside of the very big niches.
Yeah, I'm on a C. I don't hate the card. I just think it's a C. Because again, it doesn't enable itself.
Yeah. So C tier it shall go. C tier it shall go. I will put this above. I probably put it right here for now. I don't know if it's better than.
Probably worse than the Gold Stride.
Yeah. The Gold Stride or the
Royal
Stride?
Stride. It's probably worse than the Royal Stride.
Yeah, that's the thing is I probably put it below it right now until there's more cards that are better than this one. Alrighty. So next we have Rikudo Stealth Dragon Yasuko Lord. This is
not
the
a stealth dragon, sir.
This is a stealth rogue.
It's a stealth.
dragon.
Oh, sorry, stealth rogue.
Make
Sorry,
it a lot better.
it probably would have. It is a Nubatama Stride.
No, it wouldn't.
Now you
Fight
get
you
the
there.
stealth dragon value.
So art-wise, I give this a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a really good art.
Yeah, this is probably my
but its
favorite art in the
effect,
set, to be honest with you.
yeah, but its effect is Counterblast Soul Blast 1 act. You may choose 3 cards from your opponent's drop, and your opponent chooses a number of cards from among them and call them to rear guard circle. Your opponent's auto effects do not activate during this call. Your opponent then chooses cards from their hand for each unit card and called it for each card not called from the card. Okay, for each card that was not called from the cards you chose, you draw a card, and all units in your field gain plus 10,000 until the end of the turn. So
I'm going last again. This is one of my main decks.
okay, just wanted to double check if I'm reading things
All
right.
of my
Okay.
main decks just happen to be at the very beginning, chat. Apologies. So that's why I'm not going first on a lot of this.
Oh, you're fine.
Big comedy.
But yeah. But I think it is. I'll give my opinions onto it. On base value, I think this is a good card. Well, I mean, a lot of things are good cards, but I think this is definitely a really good. It's a really good first turn stride because by choosing 0 cards from it all, it does say you draw 3, your front row gains plus 10. Even in the late game,
That is wrong, and I'm pretty sure we've had this confirmed.
Oh, we have?
Because you've chosen 0 cards, your opponent cannot call any cards from the 0 cards unless you draw 0 cards for each card chosen.
That is how it works. So if there's only 2 would appear in the option, and then they would only apply the effect of the choice would only apply twice.
Okay. So that does.
It is in fact not just a free draw 3. They
Okay.
didn't give us that twice.
Oh
Okay.
god, yeah, no. That would change this card if it was just a free
Okay.
draw 3.
Sorry about that. But even then, it's still on the base thing front rows game plus 10, especially in a protect clan. That's not the worst. I say it's yeah. Is this a protect clan? This is still good. I would just say it's not the best first turn stride, but you can just go a little pushing and then just still punish them if they don't like guard properly or do anything like that. I would say this is a B. It's probably after the Angel Feather one because they do need a good thing for it. It does get better late in the later games, but I don't know how much you would need it in the later games rather than the early.
I think I'd probably put this in B. I think the card is good, but most cards that let your opponents make the choice are generally not great, unless you can force their hand in making suboptimal choices. It's in theme with Nubatama, but I don't think the card is going to end up being better than maybe B. That's just my opinion, though. Go to our resident Nubatama expert.
So to be entirely honest, from this set, I was looking for a new game close. This is not a game closer. Kind of just a side note though, this is a Geese answer, and I had literally no answer to dealing with Geese. So this is actually really nice in the Geese matchup, which is arguably the deck's worst matchup, because now I have a way to actually deal with Geese to some degree. But that's just kind of like neither here nor there. So what this does for you, yeah, no, Jack put it on point. Nubatama is very much about putting your opponent in a suboptimal position and making suboptimal plays. This card very much emphasizes and embodies it.
Yeah.
The and if Verena Experidia, I think its name is, didn't exist, I'd probably put this at D tier, to be entirely honest with you.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, I would put in like E or C. Maybe this might be our first D, but B. D.
No, it's not. It's a B. Like I'll start.
Not. It's definitely not. That
This is it's just more of a very. What this does is this card actually holds a very specific niche in disrupting your opponent's follow-up turn. Like this fucks with your opponent's graveyard. And there are decks that very much will run into issuematics with this card. Like this is actually a good card into Granblue. This is a great card into Kagero. This is a great card into Geese. This is a great card into... There's one other deck, but that doesn't matter right now. But what it does is it disrupts your opponent's graveyard, and that's the thing that matters. That is a form... It's just another tool for disruption. And there are matchups where it comes up. Like I said, but now that we have like grade 4 Arena that just free restands, that power gain actually matters now, because now I generate more than 3 attacks a turn in my base core, or in my base kit, outside of Renee, outside of Dominate.
I'll just... Oh, go ahead.
I lost my train of thought.
Oh, sorry. I would say, like, would you play this more than a one-of, or would you only play this as a one-of?
I'd have to check my room again, or the room in my deck again.
Yeah.
There, I think it's a meta call. I think this always stays at minimum 1 copy.
Okay.
But, like, if the meta is like very much a like graveyard meta, then I would opt to like I think run multiple copies.
Okay.
Like I think right now we're in a decently graveyard heavy meta, so I would actually probably opt in the current meta to run 2.
Okay. Alright. But we say it's good. I would say above Genesis.
I think it's not as good as the Genesis card, but I think it's better than the Shadow card, just in terms of what it's providing.
Yeah.
Okay, then that means we'd have to restructure this entire B.
But we're restructuring it later. It's not as good as the Angel one. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Nothing.
We're restructuring it
Nothing's
after.
better
Yeah.
than the Angel one yet.
Alright.
All right.
But yeah, we
next
can.
Is Tiny Gun.
It is indeed Tiny Gun, Tyrannical Magnet Gigantofellow. It is a stride with is a Tachikaze stride with Engorge. Engorge is the mechanic of when this unit attacks, You may sacrifice units to become in a gorge state.
You may sacrifice any number of units too. And
Yeah.
then it becomes a gorge state for the turn.
For the turn, yes. When it has the ability, when this becomes engorged, cost counterblast 1 and turn a card in your Jigsaw face up. Choose the same number of your rear guards as the number retired by this effect. Until end of the turn, they gain plus 10,000 power, and once per turn on the rear guard circles, those units, when at the end of the battle those attacked, you may K a Soul Blast and stand this card. So, I will give my statements on it. It's a really good, it has Gorge, which is a enabler. It has a restand on certain rear guard effects, which is really strong as well. It is basically Spinal Diver without being a Spinal Diver, because you can just sacrifice units to benefits other things. You're not really losing anything. It is a Counterblast, however, so you have to be very careful with your other options. But Countercharge is not a shy thing from Tachikaze. It's just a little bit difficult. I would say it's a nice card. It's definitely something they kind of needed on the first turn strike. And yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about this card. I think it times incredibly awkwardly, though, if you want me to be honest. And I have to give this the same evaluation across the board. It is like the Oracle Stride, where it completely restructures how you play the game. And how this deck in this clan plays the game. It completely restructures how, to the point where this is arguably your win condition.
Yeah.
So I have to, like, evaluate it as such, and it's arguably an S tier, despite how I don't like it being an S tier. But I would give this an S tier because, again, it's a card that's restructuring the deck. And that's... I think you have to completely rebuild the deck for this card. Or at least, like, you're integrating cards that you didn't have plans on integrating. The payoff is worth it because you're getting so many attacks off it. Like, it enables itself. It's just aggro, go, 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 go. It pivots your stride plays. So now you're striding this card first versus your restanding Vanguard that just resets your board.
Yeah.
Following the same trends as, like, how I've been assessing every other card, I have to give it an S.
Yeah. What do you think, Jack?
I think this gives you a cheap and easy, or a cheapish and easy way to give Sweeper Acro Kanto a restanding ability, which makes it probably S tier.
That's it. Alright. Yeah, because I know, like, if it was just, like, the Spinal, like, not the Spinal, Anger Blader, like, V deck, it does give it much more pumps onto a strike turn. I was debating if it was strong enough to just play into that, or is there a better stride into it? I guess there's not, because there's still that the old one, which is you can eat your opponent's rear guards as well when you do it, and it does the restands, and then you have a lot of restanding vanguards. But having the having the restander on rear guards, I think is really it's still really good. But I don't know about Tachikaze's, but yeah. Okay.
Tachi is aggro Gover. This card embodies aggro Gover.
Alright.
I don't think it's as good as the Oracle one, because the Oracle one desperately needed to exist. Like, I think the value the Oracle one has to its clan far surpasses the value this card has to its clan.
Yeah. But yeah, it's still going.
I think it does make its deck a lot better.
It does.
Absolutely. It does justify an S tier, I think.
Alright. S tier is landing in. Alright, next is Ambush Demon Stealth Rogue Izisho Tome. It is the Murakumo Strike. It has an X skill Vanguard Circle once per turn, cost Counterblast, and put a normal unit from your drop to the bottom of your deck and turn a card in your Jigsaw face up. Choose two of your regards. You can search from one from your deck and the one into search up to a card with the same name as those units. I'll call them to your regards circle. Oh, sorry. And then continuous Vanguard Circle. All your units can attack from the back row while you have another unit with the same card name as themselves.
Okay, to put this in layman's terms, everyone. This card lets other cards attack from the back row if they share a name with another card. And its act skill says choose two cards, search for one of each from the deck, and call it.
Yes. I just wanted to read like word for word just because some people have like can like not like visually like see shortcuts.
Oh, I know. You're just we'll have you go last, Bob. You are a Muro player.
Okay.
Like it's the same concept of why I would have been going last.
This means I get to go middle for everything until the very last card. Pog, let's go.
You can go B first.
I refuse. I have to establish what I think about these cards before I can go.
Okay.
You think I know what these decks do? I have to mentally remember what they do.
This card's very good, actually. Like, it's a solid first turn stride. The fact that you're flipping a card face up. So the reason they went into their current first stride, which is, I don't remember its name, Bob will probably remember, is because you want it face up in the G zone. This does that. But then, pluses you guaranteed. It pluses you 2. Puts a normal unit back, which actually is what the deck wants. And then gives you just innate passive multi-attack, worst case scenario. This card is very good. It's kind of like a jack of all trades first stride, in my opinion. It just kind of does everything you need to in a first stride. And if like, even if you don't use the first skill, you're still arguably striding into this card and not complaining. So, tier list.
Oh, sorry.
It restructures how you stride. I have to give it an A.
I'll put it in B because I have no opinions about the card because I don't know what the clan does.
Alright. I guess I will throw my pieces into it. The card's great. The biggest thing that matters in this is that it does put a normal unit to the bottom of the deck. So it recycles your text. Sure, it doesn't reshuffle trigger, and you can do like a whole bunch of shenanigans, but recycling the very important cards back into your deck is more relevant than you did. Especially with Verena Esperita, you can do a whole bunch of plays with that as well, and you can copy it. It also does not eat soul, which is very important, because soul is a little bit more harder to use in Murakumo than in a clan, because soul is not like a fresh resource. You can use Buster, which is Soul Blast too. Even the P selection card of Shimizuki Buster also eats a soul. This is a Counter Blast, which is surprisingly not as like bad as it used to be anymore. Because we have
everything in your deck eat a soul, so you have nothing that burns Counter Blast.
You do burn a lot of Counter Blast as well, but that's more in like the later plays than you do now. I've built the deck now to not eat as much Counter Blast. But you can abuse it. You can use your Counter Blast more in certain other decks than you do in this one. But soul is probably like a way harsher resource than you would need to be. Having this be on a Counter Blast is really strong as well. It also turns up the jump with all your Shiryuki Busters as well. So it's very, very potent. Back row attack's really amazing, especially for Hyakivogue, because it lets you attack with Hyakivogues from the back row. And by giving them power, plus 10,000 power to all Hyakis, and allowing them to attack from the back row, you no longer have to be on GB3 for it. You can just do it on turn 1. But yeah, I would say it's not an S tier, because it is definitely a first turn strike we need to go into more consistently, but it is very good and nice. I would say I will give it an A. You can build a deck around it, but I think it's just vanilla enough that it fits into most Murakumo decks, just like Shiryuki and all that as well. Not as much nicely in Shiryuki because you don't share as many same names, but it's just as nice. So I was giving it an A. I would say just above the Gold Paladin Stride.
I think I wholeheartedly agree with you.
But yeah, it's very strong. I definitely do love it. I will play guaranteed a 1-up for sure, and this is probably the stride I will go into most often.
And honestly, when the set comes out, we'll probably be playing games debuting some of these cards.
Yeah.
Or at least trying to.
Alright. So next card in Blast of the Dragon Empire Nation, it is Conquering Supreme Dragon Exterminate Dragon from the Narukami Stride. It has an auto skill. When this card is placed on B, you can Soul Blast 1. If you do, you draw a card for each of your opponent's front row open rear guards, and then act Vanguard on the circle once per turn. Counter Blast 1, and all your units in the front row gain plus 10,000 to the end of the turn for each of your opponent's front row open rear guard circle. I will give my piece on it first. Card's good. Card's amazingly stupid good. On place, especially in the early game when your opponent doesn't dedicate as much resources onto the board, it does say just draw 2. Draw 3 if they're Axel. It also has what people don't recognize. The counterblast one is a really strong effect. It is a Supreme Dragon effect, which is what people don't recognize is that by not doing this on stride 2, it's stride 1, it does dish out a whole bunch of damage, and that hurts a lot on that crackback. And if your opponent's not prepared to live after this crackback after stalling resources, I think they have to choose one or the other, especially with Stunverse.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing of note is that this is literally your non-Stunverse stride. This literally says this card covers your greatest weakness, which is your opponent played around Stunverse. Like, and even if they perfectly play around it, this card might not be and let's say they admittedly your Regalia matchup is actually beyond hot ass, but
yeah,
the thing that matters here, and what truly matters here, is it covers your greatest weakness, and that I think is the justification of like an A slot, and like it covers your greatest weakness, and it almost forces you to play into the deck's strongest and like into the deck's strengths because of how good this card kind of is.
But yeah, I say it's a very good stride. It's definitely damn that's good status because it's definitely something they definitely needed.
But I actually don't think it's S tier.
I only
don't
would
think
put.
so,
Is it not S tier? Would you say it's an
don't think so.
A tier? I would say like top of A.
I think it's definitely the top of A. I think
Yeah.
it's a very,
definitely
very
A.
strong card. And I think it compensates a lot for the fact that, again, what Ryan said, this is a card that punishes you for playing around Stunverse, but I don't think it does it in such a way that it's like supremely backbreaking. If your opponent goes, I stride into this, you go, okay. They just draw 2 cards instead of going, I flipped into Stunverse, I eat your yard, I eat like your board, and then punish your graveyard for the heavy graveyard focus. You go, well, that's not great.
That is true. This card's weakness is honestly that all it does is cover for Stunverse.
Okay.
It does threaten, to be fair to the card, it does threaten to cover it very well. But it's not like the end-all be-all that like the S-tier strides I think are.
The S-tier strides are literally warping the decks around them. In Oracle's case, it's a little bit different, but like that's kind of how I've been assessing it. Like S is literally changing a deck based on one card.
Okay.
The Oracle card, it also works with Geese, which we didn't bring that up in
Oh,
the
yes.
discussion.
Completely forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's gonna create a new deck
Don't
out of
remind me.
itself.
Yeah. OTC Gillies was like not as prominent, but it does upgrade that deck. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, funny. I mean, that argument applies to Angel Feather Stride. Please don't remind me.
It
Yeah.
doesn't, because it your Angel Feather Stride only gives you more drives and vomits it into the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but more
Right.
drives matter.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
OTT one guarantees your trigger effects and also pluses you as opposed to the Angel Stride. You fear about that.
Here's the thing.
It makes Geese Angels better,
But
it
not by a
doesn't
lot. Okay.
Whereas the OTT Stride makes it better like significantly because it basically on first or second turn is going to be like, I'm going to guarantee your Geese flip. Have fun.
It doesn't guarantee the Geese flip, but I do kind of agree with what you're saying.
I mean, 6 drives on your first turn is pretty hard to not guarantee a Geese off.
Yeah, but you can say the same thing about the Angel Stride in Caveat, though, because you are essentially just kind of getting 6 drive checks.
See, the Angels does guarantee it, but the OTT one doesn't cost you a card from hand. So at the end of the day, it's going to give you more.
That's
also
true. The better argument.
Alright. But yeah, I would say A tier? A tier? I would say,
definitely
is
A.
it better than the Murakuma one though?
Yes,
It is?
I think it's better by proxy of being in a better deck. I'm sorry, Paul.
No, I think
No, I
that
think
makes
that's
sense.
kind of the only argument we have there.
Because it is like one of the stronger decks out there. Murakumo can see like 1.5 tier status with like the right pilot. But it's
Murakami is
definitely
definitively
tier 1 because it's just stronger, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think in the Murakuma deck you have to be well versed at what your cards do and how you would pilot through it, and then all that stuff. It's a very skilled player testing deck, is how I would say it.
And you get a little bit more than what the average Narukami pilot will get, but most Narukami lists are going to do better than most Murakumo lists and players on average.
I can agree to that. Alright. So, next is Fighting Emperor Dragon, Merciless Dragon. Occupation Dragon.
Most contentious card of our group.
Nova Grappler. It is the stride for it. It has an auto. When the rear guard stands by a card effect, counterblast 1 and discard 2 cards. Stand this unit, and then it's your main phase. You may attack it during that turn with this unit. Oh! Something has happened. Oh, Teen Titans 333. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, thanks for the follow for that. It's definitely. What else is there? Sorry. Also has a end of the battle skill. When this unit attacked, it gets -1 drive until the end of turn. I'm gonna save mine for last so I can catch up on details.
The true team combat. Let's establish this out of the way. Ryan thinks this card is good. I think this card is meh.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we'll start there.
All right.
Yeah, I think this card, at its whole, is most of the time worse than Ace. Not all the time. I think there are definitely situations where this card will come out better, but I think most of the time, losing the amount of cards you're gonna lose to repeatedly activate Merciless is going to hurt you a lot. But there is situations, especially when closing out the game, where this card is significantly better than Ace. Because being able to force 5 to 6 attacks during your main phase in a deck like, goodness, what is it called? Extreme Battlers? Not
Yes.
Extreme Battlers. Yeah,
No,
Extreme
Extreme
Battlers.
Battlers, yes.
Like, being able to force multiple main phase attacks in Extreme Battlers after you live a turn from your opponent can be very strong, and is a better finisher than Ace. But most of the time, I think you would rather want to stride into Ace just to guarantee your card advantage to be able to live.
Well, that's cool,
But
Teen Titan.
those are my thoughts. What about you, Ryan?
So funny enough, you covered my basis. I'm just on the inverse concept of Ace is always going to be your first stride, realistically. I'm not pretending not to. The whole point is you need to generate the card advantage. But when you don't look at Ace as your game ender anymore, all of a sudden a third of your deck opens up, and it isn't just how do I soul charge and restand randomly so I can proc Ace. Now it's let me put my good cards back into my deck. Because that was the biggest problem I have with Ace. You actually have to force build around it, and you have to sacrifice a lot of your good cards just to get soul generators and restand outlets. Now you don't need them anymore. You don't need them anymore. And if you're running them, you already planned on running them. This is designed to essentially close a game. This is not a if you you can first stride this. There's a chance you do, but realistically that's not the goal. I think the main phase attacking is cute, but I don't ever look at it as the focus. The point is it can attack in combat. It can multiple times. In order for Buster to do that, you need to invest a solid 10, you need to invest minimum 8 restands to do what this, and another 6 cards in Soul for what this card does for essentially 2 Counterblast. I think, I know we don't value Soul as much as Counterblast, but this is very clearly a situation where you value, where you think the Counterblast is going to be a cheaper cost than the Soul. And you don't care about the fact that you're losing drive checks and losing cards in hand, because the point is you're trying to kill them when you're on this card. You're not trying to plus into protection like you are with Ace. They serve 2 different functions, and they don't operate the same, despite arguably reading similar.
It does make the Beast Deity Ethics Buster, the original, a lot better.
Yes.
I agree. It 100% makes this card a lot stronger, actually.
Yeah.
Or the deck a lot stronger.
Yeah. I do like a shout out for Teen Titan that even though he doesn't play premium, these strides are really cool. I also agree. I think I definitely love all the strides, even the G Guardians. but I think with these two on my side, we have to think about competitively. But I will say, yes, it's obviously a closer, not a starter. If you do start it, I think you are on the Beast DD deck.
That turn?
Yeah.
No, you're just outright trying to close that turn.
Yeah, I see. It's definitely more of a strong closer, and I think that's kind of how like Noble Grappler is that they have a lot of like mid strides, even like early strides, but they don't have like a very clean cut finisher. Like
they do, but it's a messy finisher.
Yeah, that's the thing is that it's not clean cut. This is more clean cut than any of the other finishers. But that's the thing is that like you have to go through. I think in the usual ones they have to go through like 2 to 3 hoops to get the finisher. This one's like 1 to 2, I would say. Yeah.
It supports it supports your rear guards versus making your rear guards work for you. Kind of a thing in my opinion.
It definitely does.
Overall
most of these cards are in fact quite cool and almost all of them are arguably all of them are designed in a way that makes them very fun to talk about and in general just very interesting. Very few of them are like obtusely strong, like a lot of the cards from the original Premium Collection.
I think this is outright the best set ever printed in Cardfight, to be honest.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think for Premium specifically, yes, because it doesn't immediately decide top tier 1 and tier 2 on release.
Every single card is usable.
Every card is usable. Every card is in line. Very few cards tread properly, and there's a lot of space opening up in the design for more defensive play, which opens up a lot more Vanguard for a lot of players because it's not fun when the game ends on turn 4.
And I feel like every single card, they say 1, kind of fits the theme and thematics and styles or in the flavor of their respective clan.
Yeah. But yeah, I think for ranking wise, it is a. I say it's a good card, and I give it either. I would take this over the top of good, or the bottom of nice. Is where I would put it.
It's definitely in between the two.
Yeah,
the thing.
it's definitely in the two.
Bottom of A is where I put it.
Bottom of A.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Bottom of A it shall be. Good job, Nova Grapplers. You did good. Alright, next.
Fighter doing us proud.
Yeah. Next up is Different Fight's favorite card, Cosmo Winger Unibird Galaxy. It is the Dimensional Police Stride. It has continuous. Continuous. This unit gains plus 10,000 for each card among damage and rear guards. It also has the burst ability. When this unit attacks once per turn, turn a card face up in your G zone. If this unit is 50k or more, until the end of the battle, this gets 1 crit. And if it is 10,000 or more, this gets plus 2 drive.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and start with burst being the DP keyword does matter. It matters specifically because Linka, it has the skill to Guardian Break. So it says when you check, so when your drive check reveals a 3, you can pop a Sentinel and nullify its can't be hit effect. So, but it can only do that to a Vanguard with the burst ability. The deck realistically only had 1 viable burst card, and now we have 2. So that in and of itself makes a very drastic impact, because now Linka's more viable. So you're boosting the strength of a card that's already being ran in your deck. This card costless, which is always nice. It gets an extra crit, and it can get 2 more drive checks. So it can just swing for lethal out of the blue with 5 drive checks. So it's enabling itself and it's enabling Linka at the same time. And then the 10k power, you're enabling itself, you're enabling Linka, which is kind of like the theme here. The only reason this card has burst is so it probably could fit with Linka, and that was probably the design of it, which is why I'm emphasizing Linka a lot.
Yeah.
So it's because the card by default, just by existing, and having a card on field or damage, doesn't matter, enables Linka in and of itself, right there. You meet the threshold.
Yeah.
The card is very well designed. It's very good. It doesn't feel like it accidentally breaks the deck. hitting 100k is actually not hard with this skill, to be honest. That skill helps a lot in reaching 100k. And again, it doesn't feel broken. It's just doing what DP does.
I say it's a very good card.
We do have to acknowledge that Linka does become a lot worse in this after this set specifically, because they've provided a lot of clans with G guards that allow them to nullify hits, which do not count towards Linka's Sentinel ability.
That is true. But that's also probably why they let this work with Linka so well.
Yes. It does also work with Commander Laurel, the V1. Because V Commander Laurel basically guarantees on your it guarantees you're activating the full burst effect, because you need 5 for his skill, or you need 4 for his skill, so you're already hitting the
And you need a counter
base.
blast, so
Yeah, so you're hitting the base minimum. You need a counter blast, but you're using your counter blast to present 4 damage at bare minimum.
yeah, and if you're on force 1, let me do the math real quick. It's 28, 38,
You don't even need to be on
Plus
force 1. You can just be on force 2.
88.
You
So
can-
it's like it's 78 with Laurel with 4 rear guard and 1 damage.
Cool.
no, it's not. So, Commander Laurel doubles the unit's power. This
Oh shit, you're right. So
Yeah.
everything is 20. You're right. You're right. You're right.
You're
I
right.
forgot
So
about.
you can,
it
so
double.
you can first turn, if you're going second, you can first turn stride into this with Commander Laurel and call 4 units. One of them will probably be the heal guardian, because your opponent's not going to give you the 1 damage or they'll die.
One of
now
those
you
probably
go-
Linka.
Yes. And now you can go counter blast, activate Laurel's. Your Vanguard sitting at 53 base already. You went force 2. You're 53 base with a critical. Force 2, you now go to critical 3, 106,000 power, with the potential for Sentinel break off of Laurel or Lincoln.
You'll lose 10k by moving Linka into Soul, but 96, like 96, you're probably gonna be there. It's not really that hard. You call 1 more card, you're there.
Yeah.
Actually, you can't do this on turn 1 with Linka because Linka's GB2, but you're still swinging on first turn.
Wait, Linka's GB2? I thought she was GB1.
I think she's is she
Thank goodness.
GB2? Oh no, but it does flip itself. It does flip a
but
card
that's
face.
on attack. That's on attack. Linka is an active ability.
Yes.
Yes,
You're correct.
but it is still on first turn. You
Holy
can on first turn with 1 damage present 6 damage,
Okay.
and your opponent really has, or not 6 damage. You're presenting 3
damage
immediately.
with 5 drive checks.
Yes, with 5 drive checks. Plus, you're flipping a card up, which you're flipping up.
Geoma Glass. I will say
Glass.
more of the time it is a counterblast option to flip a Geoma Glass, and it does give you the fast access to add the defense power. Sure, Geoma Glass hits way harder by revealing more grade 3s and the top 7, but this is a guaranteed way to proc a Geoma Glass effect while going into Geoma Glass still without using it, and then and a burst enabler is really strong. I say this is indeed a damn that's good.
I think yes.
No.
This is. I think if this is not S, I think this is at very least close to top of A.
I actually argue it's B, because it's another tool, but it's not doing what A and S are doing, I feel like, for their decks, respectively. Because the thing is like, I'm evaluating S as, like, the entire deck is altering for the card, to compensate for the card. Realistically, nothing's changing, and you're just adding in this card in, so I don't value it as, like, I'm valuing other
So then
S
that-
tier cards.
Well, then that'll go in A then, because that's exactly what's happening with Stun versus Buddy over here.
Yeah. Because I think A
no,
is
that's fine. That's
alright.
fine. That's fair as an argument.
Yeah, I think it'll go. I think it goes above the Stunverse anti-answer because it's also the same ranking as it. But I think Dimension Police.
Below.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I think you can intertwine
Because
between
again,
these two.
the thing is like, there's an argument you're never striding into this card.
I
That's
think.
the other thing.
I think
Like,
you will stride into this card like, not like as consistently, but like you will stride this. I think out of 10 games versus like GMO Glass, you'll stride into it like maybe like just under half of the games you go into it.
I think you'll stride into this if you're truly locked out of Counter Blast.
Or even
Like, if
on
you
like the
have-
one Counterblast play with New Laurel. Still is really
like
good.
if you're truly pinned out, and I think this is probably better than Joma Glass most of the time because you have the option of Sentinel Break. Like maybe you go first turn, like you can go this your first turn, and then second turn, if you're concerned about Sentinel Break, you just flip into a second Cosmo Winger. Otherwise, you're just gonna go into Joma Glass.
I'd still put it below Stun Burst Buddy, but
Yeah, that's the thing is that I think you can interchange
I
this.
think both of these will flip around depending on who you talk to.
Yeah.
But I
also
think both of them are
Red
at
Line
the
with
top.
a burst playstyle. That actually sounds interesting. I wonder how that works.
I will put it
Also, I
on
was
top.
wrong. It does sit at 120 because you have the base 1300 from the TP strike.
We will put it on top to make different fight proud. But I will agree that this will definitely switch around for anybody that does
Those
tier
switch
lists.
around depending on player and meta.
Yeah.
But they are both very good.
They are both indeed very good.
Alright, Link Joker.
Alright. Everybody says that this gets screwed. This is Nebula Dragon Cosmo Dawn Dragon. It is the Link Joker strike. It has an auto effect. When this attacks Canvas 1, look at the top 7 from your deck. Choose up to 2 among them, put them together as locked cards, and then shuffle your deck. Then choose any number of your locked cards and unlock each or return them to your hand. For each card returned to your hand, your opponent chooses one of the rear cards and locks it. I will say my piece for this first. This card is, it's very strong. I've read on the Facebooks that people are giving this crap, but it's very strong. It basically says you look at the top 7, choose 2 cards, either add them to hand or make a board state. It's really good in the Chaos deck because it allows you to add your Heal Guardians, your tech pieces, your defensive plays as well. And then it does unlock it there. It's really good in the Messiah deck because it adds more lock cards and you unlock any number of them. So you can do your previously locked cards as well. And it does lock more of your opponent's things that does more things. It is Counterblast and not flipping up a stride. So it doesn't accelerate the strike count, but I don't think you need to do that in Link Joker since you're aiming for like the long con unless you're turboing for GB8.
Actually, so I'll cut it really briefly here.
No, you're
The
right.
point is that it doesn't flip. The point is that it's actually balancing itself by not flipping.
Yeah. That's the thing is that like if it did flip, it would probably be not like it would be bandless worthy and then not like it wouldn't be like damn that's good. It'd be like this is very nice. Like it'll be like figuring between.
That's good if it flipped. The thing about flipping is you got to remember Messiahs still just have that stride that says set your hand to 5 if you have 3 face-up Messiahs. So like they still just have this card. They have this alt wedge edition just sitting in their G zone that is locked behind an incredibly painful like wall, which is the reason why this card doesn't flip and doesn't have Messiah in the card. It's to balance it out.
Yeah.
This card is actually, in my opinion, really good. Like this card is it follows the exact same concept that that Oracle at the OTT stride does, except it does it just in a more controlling aspect in terms of like it can lock or it can enable multi-attack. This is a very good card. It is a deck altering stride, but no, that's kind of it. It's a deck altering stride. It makes the leaders go faster. It makes the leader lockout go faster just on itself. It's not OPT'd.
No, it's OPT.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is not.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
It
if
does
resets,
also-
it just goes
yeah.
again.
It does go again, and it does allow you to do your that one leader guy. So.
Yeah, it given loops.
Yeah.
Or it does the Messiah loop freestanded, either or.
Yeah.
There is one thing that this does do that Link Joker had like that it gives them a really easy out to Geese as opposed to being on one card, which is very funny. It does just give them a one card answer to Geese, which is very funny.
How's this a one card answer to Geese?
because you've returned 5 cards that you've locked on your board to your hand, and when a G unit is locked on the rearguard circle, it's returned to the G zone.
So Geese straight up says cards are unaffected.
Yes.
Wait,
Like
how does
it
your
has
card
the
affect it?
Idrissa wording.
Ah, that's cursed. Wait, then how does your card affect G's, right?
It gives my front row 30k because they cannot call.
Oh, that, boo.
Yeah.
Who cares about that?
But yeah.
I do. I had no way to hit a power threshold above 25 consistently.
But yeah. But I'd say this
Sorry,
is
26 consistently.
This is very nice. I would say I would put it above the Murakumo strike.
It's a nice.
It's a nice.
I think it's definitely a nice.
Yeah. It's a nice. Very nice. But yeah, it's definitely a very nice. It is very strong. But I think it does shy lack to the reigning top 2 nice cards. Alright. But yeah, that is all for Brett Gate.
And now we're into Dark States.
Yep. So next we
I
have
just read as Dark Zone. That's super weird to me.
yeah.
I just noticed all the cards are read as the old nations.
Yes.
Yes, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
They're linked to nations, not
Yeah.
clans.
No, I'm genuinely upset. I wanted them to be linked to the old nation. Well, no, because text on it, it doesn't matter whether or not they put like Keter or United.
Yeah.
All that matters at that point is that there is a clan tied to it. That's how the what is it? The Overlord. What is it? The memory cards?
Yeah.
I
They
think
are tied to the nation.
I think that might just be a mistyped thing, considering
Yeah.
all of everything else is properly tied to what they should be.
Yeah. But yeah.
I think that's literally just these say Dark Zone instead of Dark State.
Yeah. I will.
Considering like everything.
No, it's the
else
Dark
is.
Zone flag.
Yeah, that's just someone being an idiot.
Yeah.
No,
Alright.
it's on the card. It's the same with the Link Joker one. It was on the card as Stargate.
I think that's just for flavor. But I will say what this card does now. Lawless King Galiburs is the Spike Brothers strike. Has auto Vanguard. When it attacks with when your rearguard attacks, that unit gets plus 10,000 until the end of the battle. At the end of the battle, put it onto the bottom of the deck. If this effect is mandatory, unless you do shenanigans. But when this unit attacks, so last one, call up to 2 grade 2 or less to open rearguard circles and shuffle your deck. And then all those units gain boost until the end of the turn. As the Spikes player, I will save my comment for last.
Yeah. Side note, let's run. I'd like to run over the Angel. When we hit G guards, let's run over the Genesis and Angel Feather one first, because I will have to go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a side note.
What a darn shame. Those are first 3 cards in there.
I believe so.
No, there's 3 and 6, respectively.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's still very early. We can cover them and not change much. We're fine. You're fine, Ryan.
No, I know. I'm just making a comment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like everything else in the set. Cards good. Like,
I think this opens up the very old playstyle that I think Lawless King opens up the very old Spike Brothers archetype of, goodness gracious, what is it called?
Charge.
Right? Yeah, of the very old charge archetype, because this provides you the power you need to hit most of the power thresholds off of charge, while also allowing you to benefit off of those units by basically nullifying their downside, because you're getting the power potential off of it. Is what I think of the card.
admittedly, I'm going off what my Team Spike Brother player says. This is their mid-game stride transition that they severely lacked. And like it's clearly fine as a card. It does exactly what Spike Bros does. It kind of goes minus, but it generates board up the ass. Its board cost is actually super cheap, all things considered. And like as a mid-game stride, I can kind of see it. But the overall problem I have is it doesn't really work with either of the current viable builds in Spike Bros. I don't know if this opens the path to them having a new build. outside of like Hellheart Turbo and Rising Greedaunt, but like, nah.
Alright. As a Spike Brothers player who has played this, even though it's been on and off, I will say that low-key, this card is a Dudley card. This allows you to set up your Dudley lines with the new V stuff. It lets you use your Trade 2 as a booster as well, so you can do a double Grade 2, call two more units. It does provide a whole row of like multi-attacks. So it does guarantee you from like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guaranteed, and then all the units go back in the bottom. Again, it is a very middle of the strike slot. You won't use this as your closer. You'll never use this as your opener as well. It's a very good middle card. It reminds me of old like Bad End Dragger break rate skills, and that was pretty much a mid-game closer, and then it could close on that, but it basically created the gap from like 3 to 5 damage, and then it allows you to close with Hellheart 8 or Miracle Ace or any of the really strong finishers at that point. This is a very A-tier card, but it is definitely not shaping a new deck. It enables older decks to get to that potential. Because most of the older decks lacked power gain on those strike turns. Except for Miracle Ace and all that. But that's a very combo finisher setup rather than a mid setup. So this is a very nice. I will give it an A, but there are big caveats to that A, as in you would have to make sure that your deck can enable its multi-attacks without using as many pieces as you can. Just because of Hellheart 8, and as well as Rising Nova can efficiently do that more efficiently.
I think that's why I want to make the argument for B, because that's the problem. It's like it does the same thing all of my strikes do. It's like it's a great card, but it's like my Genesis strike. It's a great card, the build's not there.
Okay.
Because you have like 2 drastically different builds, and this card doesn't really like the cards included in both builds, but it's not like drastically used in both builds. I want to say.
I would say it's more. Well, the thing is that like I will make the argument that it will play the role into those decks, but not as a crucial role, because it does aim for that plan harder. Like, it's harder to go into this plan. This is your plan B. This is your plan B when you can't reach plan A. And then the plan B is not as a finisher, it's as the setup to go back to plan A. That's why I say it's nice. I only say it's not good because it is more. It does give the deck that access piece. I'm playing it as the same role as like the Stumber Sky, when you can't go into Hellheart 8, or you can't go into your Rising Nova like finisher on turn 1.
But I don't feel like it meets the same criteria in my opinion. So I think it is just a B piece overall.
I would say it is above the Angel Feather one though.
I think either way, it's going to be either top of B or bottom of A.
Yeah, that's
wherever we put it. It's gonna slot in that awkward spot where it's just a bit
almost
too good
there.
it's just too good for B, but it's not quite. What's that card in the bottom of A? I can't.
The Novo Grappler one.
Yeah, it's like it's not quite like game endy like that, but it's not quite like only utility like the Angels one is. Like, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. Like, I would say, like, I would put it, like, only above the Angel Feather one, just because, like, it acts as a more pivotal piece into that deck, rather than the Angel Feather one.
You lived at 7 HP, what do you mean?
Yeah. But yeah.
50-50 on that. Like, I think you can make the argument that.
Yeah. Like, it's basically, like, a very different argument altogether. Well, I think you can.
Thing with like the top of A.
Yeah.
Like, those two are.
Because you can obviously switch these two around. I think as well. But I think because of the current meta, it is the Spike Rider one. And then if it dies down, then it'll be this one.
Well, yeah. The problem is Angels don't have premium viability right now, and that hurts me to say.
Yeah.
All right, DI. This card.
So this is Deep Hades, Emperor of Ultimatus, Forvax. Is the Dark Irregular Strike. It has a G-Zone effect. At the end of the battle, that your Grade 3 Vanguard attacks your opponent's Grade 3 or greater Vanguard. If it is a Grade 3 Vanguard and your soul has 13 or more cards, you may pay the cost, Counterblast 1, discard 5, and stride this as a stand unit from face down. Keyword is face down. When this unit is placed on V, if your deck has 13 or less cards, when this unit is placed, choose up to 3 critical triggers from your soul and return them to your deck and shuffle it. I will give my piece off of first, even though I'm a Dark Irregular's like old guy who has played them on, but I say that this card is it's good. It's definitely good, but I think this is a B tier in my opinion, because this does scream finisher, and it's very hard to create that gap as a finisher, but that's because I haven't played Premium DI.
Alright, I'll go next. I think this is a nest. So what this card screams is this card screams payoff for being built around, but the thing about that is you're not building around the card. The card outright supports the current only viable way to make DI work, which was like no life king comboing. This card is very good at enabling and assisting with that, and it essentially is your new game ender. Like, you chain NLK, you go into like whatever your secondary 3 is, you swing with that, you stride into this, shove 3 crits back in the deck over. This is the ender that you like. It's like this is the replacement to Castile they've been looking for, without printing another Castile, because Castile created problems. This feels like a much more balanced Castile.
All right, I'm gonna cut you off.
5 is relatively fair because.
Yeah. I was gonna cut you off real quick just to answer Teen Titans' question. So how playable is casual premium, especially with these new cards that goes on? Can you slap a V deck with these strikes? I say yes, because
that's a good place to start.
These ideally, when I first initially read them, were very strong. It allows your V decks to play more into premium more efficiently. It does add that more transitional slot into it. Like I said, the Noble Grapplers can slot into that Beast DD deck, and it'll do perfectly fine. This card can slot into no king, no life deck, and this really strong.
This just slots into current DI, be fine.
Yeah. Even the
all of those strides work well with current V builds, but like once you start they're great places to start. Every single stride and G guard here is used like in every deck.
Well, it will all just excellent. That almost all of them will be used.
Yeah, especially if you're a V deck as well. It's not a terrible investment to pick any of these up. But it does have to be like, oh, okay, so if I do this, and then is there a better way to synergize it? You can always look into your older cards. It's really good as well because it's both in support in Japanese and in English, so it's a very good balancing between both of them. Because even the Link Joker one, so even if I just get a G-Zone, they should be fun. I would say so, especially if your main core is composed of these new cards, because you definitely don't have to grab any of the older ones for sure. Because the older ones will help enhance like certain particular matches, but I think the solid core should just be fine by just including these new ones.
I think it's a great place to start.
This should have been like the intro to. This should have been the product to intro premium for Vanguard. Should have been this one.
This is the era's introduction to premium.
Yeah.
Because there's a reason they took a year off from making a premium collection.
And this definitely pays off as well, because a lot of these do a lot.
Like when I say I think this is the best set ever printed, I'm dead serious about that. Every single card of this set is viable. The reprints of the set, because every clan gets 2 reprints. They are They are both critical triggers that you will use at premium. So you just pick up 4 of each and switch out your current crits for them, essentially. And they will. And like, it's great that they've been reprinted because I want everyone to have access to these. Hell, I still have issues getting access to them sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, but I say it's very good. I love this product because recently I think some from even like Overdress Set 4, I love their like packs and their design for it because it's very like clean cut. It has fluff, but it's fluff that you can include. Then that's very rare for most Vanguard sets where like maybe like instead of like you only include the top 10 cards. This one you do like the top 20 in like Overdress, and then even in this is like all of them are really good, and then the reprints are pretty fair.
Yeah, this is kind of the best time to be a Vanguard fan.
Yeah.
Like every format feels great, every format feels accessible. Like the Revival collection, while the Revival selection, while it has banned cards, it's still very
really
good to access like older cards, older strides and G guards that are like needed for the certain decks.
Alright. Sorry about that small pivot point.
No,
but
that's
let
important.
us
I
go
think this is
into...
it. Long story short.
Yeah,
I'm on a dynamic.
I want to hear Jack's opinion where he wants to select this one.
Oh, on this one?
Yeah.
On Volfax?
Yeah.
I think a lot of the value in this card is that it already plays well into current archetypes. And I think there's
that quick. We do kind of get a yearly, if not bi-yearly, reprint set. I've noticed of note. So, yeah.
But I think it's probably, if I had to put it, I'd either put it bottom of it or top of A,
Or bottom
like
S of
bottom
tier.
of S is where I put it,
Yeah.
because it's a very strong card. Like, don't get me wrong. Like it helps you deck refresh. It gives you, like it functionally gives you like 12 more copies of triggers on your stride turns, which is good. Like it's not like a bad card. It helps with your NLK or No Life King plans. Overall, I think it's just a very strong, solid card.
Because I was debating about top of A, but I was like, like Ryan does make valid points of being an S tier, but I don't necessarily think it would be like it plays the same role as like the Spike Brothers card, but it adds more potential to a tier 1 deck rather than like a tier 0.15 to a tier 1. That's why I was very iffy onto it by giving it the S rank, but I can put it on the bottom S. I agree on that one.
I did say the A rank. It like I said, it fits the criteria for top of A rank, where it's like your deck, it's a card you want to warp your deck around, but you're not actually warping your deck around it.
Yeah, because I would say like it would go like, because
actually no. That being said, I can't give it S. Because the thing about that is like.
Yeah,
S rank is like you're actually rebuilding your deck based on that card.
Yeah, because I would put it here. Yeah, the only reason why I never put
it's definitely worse than Stun vs Buddy.
Yeah,
and I think it's worse than Turbo Robo, but like I think it definitely goes there. I think it's better than, was that Link Joker?
Yeah, the Link Joker.
Link Joker. It's better than the Link Joker one. It's better than the other strides, but I think it's definitely worse than Stun vs Buddy and other Buddy, just because I think Shadows is just a worse deck currently than those two.
Yeah.
Shadows are just kind of that weird thing where it's like, Shadows is a good card, but it was fighting with a bunch of other good cards. So it had to be good just on versus like being a good card and being a good card that the deck needed.
Yeah. Alright. Next up is the Pale Moon Stride. This is Trench Mega Click Leona. What it does is when it attacks you, make counterblast 1 and discard a card from your hand, and put all your rear guards into your soul. Choose up to 2 unit cards from your soul for each card put, and call them to rear guard. If you call 4 or more with different grades until the turn your opponent, if your opponent will call cards from their hand, they must call 2 at the same time. I will save my opinion for last as a Pale Moon player.
The card's good. I'm glad it doesn't have Magia. Not be good if it had Magia, because then Dark Lord is the most broken piece of crap in existence, and this deck retains its borderline tier 0 status. No. It retains its best deck in format. They, honest to God, didn't need something this good. But it's here. like they found a way to make a card without Magia compete for being Stroded to over Dark Lord Princess. That's not a good thing. So I give this card a D for why. Not because it's a bad card, but why.
I think that this card fills an entirely different niche than Dark Lord Princess, because Dark Lord Princess is like a deck warping card. I think this is a card that makes that allows premium that allows Silverthorns to make the transition from V to premium. I think that's exactly what this card is, because this allows you to enable your entire archetype without going -7 on Silverthorns, and it doesn't work nearly as well with most of the Harry builds, because if you go into this, why didn't you just stride into Dark Lord?
Yeah. Alright, I will get my pieces up. It's a good card. It's once again like Spike Powers. It's a very good position mid-game card. By enabling you to eat all your rear guards and then calling 2 up. It does remind us of the promo Harry that came out. So that was the old line with Dark Line Princess, and then because you just go into the first one to this last, I think if it was the old one, because this reminds us of the old line for that one. By enabling Guard Restrict is really strong for the Pale Moon deck, as in by creating multiple attacks. It's really good for a Harry deck because multiple attacks, except for like the stage one, but even the stage one is still really good with this. It allows you to create by eating more cards from their hand from the big like early pushes. So this is definitely something you want to do when you need to close that hand gap, or you need to deal from 3 to 5 damage. It's very strong in that piece, but I would never go into this unless I'm playing against mirror matches or even tier 1 decks. I wouldn't go this into like tier 2 or even 1.5 to a certain extent. It's a very good card. It's like the Spike Bears one. You will play it as a one-off because your G-Zone is like very open and free. But it is something that you will not go into all the time. I will give this a B. It is under the Angel Feather one.
Okay, Bob, I'm gonna fight you real quick. This deck's G-Zone is not free. What the actual hell are you going?
No, as free as in like slots. As in, like, there's so many free slots in the deck.
There isn't. There really isn't. That deck's G-Zone is tight. I've been labbing this deck for the last 3 weeks. This deck's G-Zone is not loose.
No. For it, depending on the archetype, yes, it is free. Because if you're hard in on built Nightmare Dolls, your G-Zone, you have an extension of your G-Zone of about 2 cards after your forced inclusions. Otherwise, you have like a good amount of room to run tech cards, and this is just a good as free as
it's not as free as you think it is.
Yeah, but it's only free when you're playing into certain decks, especially in Nightmare Dolls. You'll do it. In Harry, it's a little bit more tougher.
No, Nightmare Dolls is actually more constrained because Nightmare Dolls and Harry kind of just share the same G-Zone. If you want me to be honest, I think there's like a 1-card exception.
Yeah, that's what your tech slot is.
like,
but we are locked into that slot because we don't have anything else great. Because like, what else would you even play? Millard is like only a 2 of at most.
You're not even running Millward. Like from what I've seen, the list field walked at 3 Dark Lord, 1 Yvette, 3 to 4 Harry. That one is arguable for debate. You must run Dust. I think 5 G guards is a mandatory way to go. And me and David both agree you need the Fairfield.
Yeah.
That's 15-ish slots right there.
Yeah.
If not all 16.
Yeah, that's
your G-Zone's actually relatively locked. I run the Tech Beatrix, but
yeah, that's the thing is that like it's very like that's the one tech. The deck is super locked, but you always will have that one tech slot into it. Because even if you go into like certain things as well, it's not like your G-Zone's like 12 cards. You're basically be like, what would this one flex up be? Do you play with the Harry? Do you play with the old one? It's all a very select one. But this one will be like, out of all the tech slots in certain decks, this one's like probably priority number 1.
I think the value in this card, which we haven't discussed a lot, is that this card gets you 2 cards for every card you call. Or for every card you tap.
It is actually
It does just plus you on board, which is why I think this can slot into the Silverthorn engine, because they have ways to recycle Dorian, who at the end of turn will just eat your entire board, and now you've drawn 3 more cards at the end of the turn and still apply pressure.
Yeah.
Which, in all honesty, I think is fine. Like, but I feel worse about the card if it's. I can't even say it's designed specifically for Silverthorn because the card's just good.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's just a generically good.
I wanted to throw it a D because it's just a why. Why is this card as good as it is?
Well, it's good, but it also like you always loop back to the question of, well, why not just stride into
because that's the same reasoning why we wouldn't put like the Shadow Paladin one in there.
Because it's just like the Shadow. It's like the Shadows one is good. All of these are good.
All these are good, but like why it only exists to be like
it's
why it's just be like it doesn't mesh with anything. It's like a whole. It's like the reverse of S. Like you have to be a super hard building to try to play this one in.
Something mediocre.
Yeah. Instead of something really strong.
Inverse.
That's what D would be.
Instead of I'm committing everything to make my deck to make my deck really good, I'm committing everything to make my deck work.
Yeah. I would just question it as but why, but that's like a little more as a tagline.
It's funnier when I make the argument to just put them in D for why. Why does this card exist? Because it's the same argument. It's just the joke about it.
Yeah. Alright. But I feel like the next card is the contestant for almost why.
Where do we put it?
I think I threw the Pale Moon one in B. Like it's below the Angel Feather one.
B is fine.
Yeah.
I think it might be better than the Angel Feather one, but it's like, I think these top 3 in B and like the top 2 in A like flick around.
Yeah, I think the top 2 to 3 will flicker around depending on things. But I can understand that.
That's fine. That's healthy.
Yeah. Alright. This is next the Gear Chronicles Stride, which is Highbrow Steam Shimsa. It has when this unit attacks, bind the A unit from the front row and turn a card in your G zone face up. Choose 2 cards from your bind them, call in the rear, and all your front row units get plus 10k power until end turn. It also has a G zone effect of at the end of the battle, your grade 3 rear guard attacked. If this unit is face up, cost Soul Blast 1, then bind that unit and call this unit to R.
And I'm sure this is a floating power.
Yes. And all your front row units.
not.
No, it's a check. It checks on the. It's not float.
Okay, so it's just a check.
Yeah.
So floating works significantly differently than I think we think it is.
Float would be in red text.
Yeah, float is always like it gives itself a skill,
Yeah.
a continuous skill.
But yeah. This is. It's good. I won't say that it's not bad, but it is good. It definitely goes into that Steam Maiden deck from V. But the thing is that Gear Chronicles as a deck doesn't struggle with power because it can just gain it for like a lot of like Crowjet Strides. And then sure there's like, hey, you can do that, but there's also force markers, which are basically the same concept. It just enables you to do this like without doing like the double force gift. But I think you don't need it for this deck. It's good, and sure, calling a card from like Stride is really cool. It's like the same thing as the Buster one, but it does cut you on GB, as in like when you have to check for GB2 skills, it will cut you down from GB2 to GB1. So don't think like that. It's like I've almost done that. It's not great. It's like, but I would say this is a Y. I place it in a Y and not into a D rank, into it not in the C, because you have to, like I just said, you have to do a lot into it. From the biggest collection, you have to pick a lot of like things. It also counts on grade 3 attacks, which is not rare. It is very common. You will do that with a couple of decks, but binding it is, ooh. and it doesn't like come back or do anything like that. It's not power. It's good in like probably casual like intro level like premium, but in competitive premium, it's falling just a little bit.
Alright, so I was gonna go last since I think I have the most experience in this clan, but I think I'm here rebuttaling completely everything Bob just said.
Yeah.
So this card is actually incredibly good. The fact that it is an attack extender in and of itself is kind of low-key ridiculous. This is a non-gear dragon that somehow makes the cut in your deck. So what this card does is it's a costless stride that essentially goes +1 and generates an additional 1 to 2 attacks, if not 4. And that is something the deck actually oddly enough lacked for some reason. Or no, the deck didn't lack it, but it actually lacks direct plussing. Like a stride that just directly plusses you that isn't ZTB in faction. Part of what I am saying does come from Darrigan, but like this, it is just card advantage, and the deck, Gear Chronicle strides don't generate card advantage, right?
Yeah.
And that is the thing of note. In addition, like I said, I think the additional attack is huge, because having a just free extender is not a bad thing ever. And it's very good to have, and it also synergizes with the newer stuff quite well, since all the newer stuff locks yourself in the bind zone anyway. And 90% of the time, you're losing half your cards in time. Like, you're losing your cards in time, meaning you're misleaping them. So they're gonna be trapped in the bind zone anyway. This cult just gets you 2 of them back out for free.
Yeah. I have no personal opinion. No experience playing as it is or fighting as much in premium. The only time I played it was like during like the intro to like Derek's like looping with it. But I think I only say this as like the internet controversy and how to point it out. But I think it's just like it's good, but it's not like game changing in the state of G Zone, and the G Zone itself was like already like it shined, but this one just falls like maybe like 2 steps under instead of 1 step under. That's why I put it in D.
I don't even think it's D.
Yeah.
I think it's like low B, high C. Jack.
I think I'd probably put it in. I think I'd probably put it in low C, or no, not low C.
Low B.
Low B, because this card allows you to make a lot more aggressive plays with your time leap that you couldn't, because you would just be stuck out of a board coming out of it. Because you would just be because there's a lot of plays that you wanted to make but couldn't, because you would just trap all of your best enablers in the bind zone.
Okay.
And you're just like, and now you're just like, I'm stuck. But now this is like, okay, I'm fine with leaping out my like Chrono Jet, because I can just flip back into, or not Chrono Jet, what is it's Chrono whatever his idiot is, the grade 2. Now you can,
History Maker?
Yeah, History Maker. And now you can flip out your History Makers back from the bind zone while they're in the middle of time leaping to get the extra value off of it. So I think there's definitely utility in using it.
I think that's just due to my experience, due to my lack of experience playing against it. I think it's just because you guys play with Derek more consistently, and Derek will probably bring it more often. I only evaluate it just on like probably just base card value, and like the small synergies here and there, but.
No, legit, Bob. I refused to make an opinion on this card when I first saw it, because I didn't know how to feel about it. So I actually told Derek to sit down and like tell me everything like I needed to know about this card. So, because I just genuinely had no idea how to evaluate it.
Yeah, I think I just had to throw something out. So
it's like I'm probably the person with the second most experience with the deck, because I helped analyze and build a chunk of it. But it's like, that's the value it gives you, is that it lets you play more recklessly with what you have, because you're not forever locked out of it. Like, you can guarantee you'll see it back at some point.
Yeah. I always like to add like spicy Texas on my thing, just because it's much more funnier and then it creates better like arguments. So,
It makes funnier content.
alright.
Let's make funnier content. Move the Nova Grapplers down to D.
No, it's good! It's like... Alright.
No, let's not make TIE Fighter bad.
No. Alright, so next is the Grand Blue and Stoikea. Grand Blue Strike, which is Pirate King of Darkness Bartholomew. It is when it attacks Counterblast 1, choose 3 cards with different names from your drop zone, call it to rear guard, and they gain +5 power until the end of the turn. Continuous V, if your drop zone has 30 or more cards, when your opponent would call a card from their hand, they must call 3 or more cards at the same time. Oh, this card!
I have the single most experience against Grand Blue, so, or like, interacting with this deck, so I will probably go last.
I will go first on this one. Card smacks hard. I'm playing against probably between David and Carl, which both have these decks. Card's great. Card's like a really strong go. It's a really strong stride. It's once again, it plays that mid roll for like Spike Brothers. It's a really good damage gapper because you can create like 6 different attack lines in this max through. I also watched Solemn Fight's video on it. Or Solemn Vanguard's video on it, and I saw like the links for those. But it closes gaps really efficiently. Triple guarding cards where you have to PG. One really big one really dries up your hand, so you're forced to take that evaluation. And 30 cards is pretty damn easy, even though that's like all your entire deck is. You only need what 10 cards in Grand Blue to like pretty much close the game afterwards. Also Counterblast. Counterblast is pretty damn free. So, that's my evaluation on it. I will place this in... is it a bottom of S tier or a top of A? Is how I would put it.
Ooh, it's gonna be a hot take. So,
We want to stay consistent on the top of A.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't warp a deck to like play around it, but it's like...
No, it
this
just
will...
supports that.
It just supports it.
Supports that Grand Blue already is just like, I'm just gonna deck
Yeah.
myself as a...
Jack, your opinion?
Because we'll go you next. It makes Shark better, which makes me laugh.
Yeah, it does make more...
Shark requires Alchemy Magic. Shark physically is unplayable in
No, he's
no,
speaking of Moby Dick. It's like,
No.
Oh, Moby Dick, yeah. It's way
oh, Scare Deck.
Yeah.
Scare Deck.
No.
Is it not Scare Deck?
It makes Scare
No,
Deck.
it's Scare Deck.
It makes Scare Deck a lot better, which makes me laugh because Scare Deck. And the more we can say Scare Deck in casual parlance, the better.
But yeah. Alright.
I want to give this a C, if you want me to be entirely honest. Not because I don't think this card's really good. It's again, it's CB1 for 3 cards, like, and then it's just that triple door is nice, but like, I'll wait for my main point. The thing about the triple door is, you're not trying to go through your deck that fast. It's actually a lot more concerning if you go through your deck that fast. Like, this should be your game closing late game strike. Right? Like, this 100% is like your one-of game closer. That being said, it really is a that's nice anyways kind of a situation. Where you don't need this card to close the game, you're not warping your deck around it, it's nice that it's there, but it's just kind of there. Like, it does literally nothing more than act as a closer. It's just a side grade, and like, in all honesty, it's a side grade. It's arguably a downside grade too, in my opinion. Like, you already have really good lines, really good endings. I'm not saying this card's bad at all. This card's really good, but it's just one of those, like, it's kind of just an overkill button. It is a good closer, it is a good everything, but it doesn't really, it's just, again, it's just another closer, game closer, in an already, like, really in a deck that already has a good time, has an easy time trying to close games.
I don't know if I'd call Grand Blue a deck with an easy time to close games.
It definitely does not have that. It's like,
I don't know, 15 attacks in the turn is pretty fucking rough, dude. Holy shit.
yeah, but there are times where like it doesn't pan out to
6
15 attacks a turn.
Yeah, but
There
6 Skull
definitely-
Dragons a turn is not fun to deal with, dude.
I know
Yeah,
it's not fun, but
you
I
don't-
think on
yes,
average, I
you
bet
don't need
hits
to.
like through the 4. Depending on per person and per lines, of course. I think David knows enough lines to guarantee that 6. But I think on average, Grand Blue player will go to 3 to 4, and then the top of the cream will guarantee that 6 plus. That's why it's nice anyways, but it also creates like way more aggressive like aggro lines.
Again, I think it's just
Like
Sorry, go
The
Jack.
value, I think the value in it is that
yeah,
if you're trying to end the game, you don't need to hit you don't need to hit your turbo skull dragon line because something like this, just going call this into like a cannoneer line just makes it like a decently threatening board as is, and you don't have to it gives you a threatening board with less value or with less cost, because the skull dragon line to go into it is in fact quite costly.
Yeah, this is probably like, if you're thinking of the Skull Dragon line, this is more the emergency button press button rather than like a finisher, is what I think of. That's why like I can probably place this just below the Shadow Paladin one, because it kind of acts like that as well. Like it's good, but it's not like it
doesn't
bad.
feel like it justifies A tier.
Yeah.
Or completely like where it like either covers a hole or notches something like huge. It definitely doesn't it doesn't warp the deck by any means, but it's like it's just one of those like, because B's kind of been our side grade box. And
Yeah.
that's, I think the best way to put it is just a side grade.
Yeah, like
Not
it's
okay enough to be in C.
yeah, that's like it's good and
Yeah,
it's better
not
than
bad
C.
enough to be in C in my opinion.
but, like,
Why'd
it's
you move the Nubatama card down there?
I think it's, hold on, did I move it down there?
You moved the Nubatama one specifically.
I guess I did.
What was that,
We only had 2 cards in C.
Yeah, there are only 2.
They're on
cards in C,
currency.
Ryan. Are you okay?
Okay. Well, I was
Oh
wondering-
wait. I think I put it above the Mutama one, which is not right. I think.
He was probably just fiddling around with
Yeah,
it.
I think so. I think I just threw it up in B and then it was like call it a day. But yeah.
Next one.
All right, it is Radiant Ocean Heltorah. It is the Bermuda Triangle Stride. Auto Vanguard. When this attacks, discard 3 cards from your hand. Return all cards on your circle other than Vanguard circle to your hand. Choose up to 2 cards from your hand and call them to Vanguard circle at the end of the battle. Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1. Put this card into your G-Zone face up. Choose one of your Vanguards and stand it. I will save my comment last, and I will be back to the bathroom.
Actually, a Bermuda main, Bob.
Yeah.
I
I will
So
be.
he does have the right to hold it for last.
I will also put on the quick pause just before we hit the last stride, just to use the bathroom. So I will be back.
Are we on pause now or?
I think so.
No. Okay. Cool. I'll give him the TLDR later. This card's absurd. It literally is the enabler for every single D era card. It makes all of the V era cards that came out in the last 4 years viable. It makes sort of G cards viable. Sudded. Oh. We are on delay. Shit. They can sell heroes probably. Like, this card is amazing. It bypasses lock.
Turn on chat to see if they hear you, Ryan. Like, just turn on the volume, see if it's playing.
They can. This card is honestly absurd. I think it's S. It's meta defining and game warp, in my opinion. Like, it literally fixed Bermuda back into like some degree of relevancy. And it also just provides more versatility than any other card I've ever seen in my life. For literally no reason. Also just free next stage is next stage. Downsides to this card. You discard 3 first. That does matter. It very much matters. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that.
I am back.
TLDR, it's S rank.
Yes. It's like, I will explain also why is that as well.
Jack didn't go yet.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I don't know if chat was paying attention while you were on the while you were talking while there was pause, right? You should speak your part again. Fuck off, I'm tired, dude. No,
I have to be up in 3 hours. Fuck off.
It's the card that makes it so that all of the bad to okay cards that have been printed for Bermuda as Vanguard locked abilities are suddenly all now okay to good. Almost every card printed. Because now they can actually use their effects instead of getting them overwritten by a lot of cards or being GB locked, because this is also not GB locked. So you can do this on first turn, and then you can still activate your whatever shiny Vanguard you have underneath your Vanguard.
Card's amazing. Card is so damn good. It feels in the role of, hey, we need a first turn stride. This is your first turn stride. Discarding 3 before combat doesn't even matter. Half the time you have like a hand of 6, you go down to 3, you go back up to 8 because you're calling a full board.
I'd actually argue otherwise, Bob. I think the discard 3 prior to combat or prior to end of battle is actually the balancing act of this card. This card feels absurd in every aspect, but you have to have the board and the upright cost of 3 cards in hand prior to its attack.
Yeah.
So you actually need commitment and enough commitment to be relevant while having cards in hand.
Yeah, that's the
to pay
thing.
the cost.
Yeah, 3 cards is.
That's why it's balanced.
Yeah, it's very balanced. Like, it's not as insignificant, but it's insignificant in the general sense of Bermuda, because when cards return back to the hand, you gain way more advantage and way more power. This helps out every D deck. This helps out every V deck. This helps out every premium deck. It makes all your D lines ridiculous. It lets your Kalista be able to attack, and also make your Kalista support lines attack again. This gives Kalista, when they Soul Blast, and get 5 triggers to bounce all your triggers back to your hand. This gives your Lore Narrow. This helps Pacifica because it allows you to call 2 other Pacifica lines.
And you can actually use your
Pacifica. And
Pacifica
this covers the Vanguard skills. It gives you
to use Pacifica because you call 2 Pacificas off of this skill.
Yeah.
And now you can use your Vanguard Pacifica skill because you.
Yeah. Well, that's an axe skill.
Overwritten by your strike.
That's an axe skill. But it is an axe skill. But it also gives you multi-attack in Pacifica, especially when you use when you go into your stride. It lets you abuse your force markers instead of building more force markers around. It allows your Coral deck to work off because you're paying a cost of a Soul Blast. So if you do a Soul Blast 1 and then do a different Soul Blast of this, that is already to this includes your Soul Blast count as well, since you're Soul Blast 4 and all that. It allows you to do so many different lines. It makes Riviere more viable again because you don't have Twala anymore to go into your stride. But going to this into a Riviere restanding Vanguard with its effect, and then going even grade down with it, it makes it very strong as well. It makes a lot of older decks more viable as well. It also shuts down any Link Joker plays. It also any Link effects. It creates multi-attack. It also is very cheap. The balancing act, I think it's not the discard 3, but not G-flipping. Because G-flipping, if it was included, this card would be busted.
I don't see why it would be busted on the G-flip.
The G-flip allows you to do your GB strides. It guarantees you a kill next turn. By enabling you to do GB...
Oh god, yeah, you're right. It unlocks GB3 immediately.
It unlocks GB3 immediately. So it makes your Tiruab, stride way worse, way stronger. It makes your Harmony lines way stronger. It makes your Olivia lines live. If the discard 3, it makes your, it makes it so that, whenever you flip card, and then if they were to future-proof yourself to be counting cards in your G zone, it future-proofs that as well. You can also, if it did flip, and then they decide to unban Ellie, this card will prevent itself from flipping up Ellie's as your first turn strides, and that would be great. Yeah, it's so by saying it not to flip up a card, unlike every other half the strides that say flip up a G zone card, by making this into the faction of not flipping a G zone card, was probably the stronger bouncing act than the other ones. And that's...
I think I'm willing to give this top of S, Bob.
I would give it yes, because it plays a way stronger role into a lot of decks.
Saves your clan.
It basically makes your clan go from like the one playable deck to every deck is playable now. Especially with a wide reservoir of like recent cards as well. It also makes the newer lyrical cards good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like this is
this is top of S. It's not not like the absolute top of S. It might rotate around with the other ones, but I say like it is a contender for best card.
All right, we spent like 10 minutes on this card. Next card.
All right.
What game is this?
Who? Got it.
Sweet.
Oh, we are in lobby. Why are we in lobby?
Yeah, I know. I said that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's supposed to be a private chat.
No, it was supposed to be. I think we just threw into lobby.
That's fine.
Yeah. But you,
Welcome, Kingdom Hearts boy.
I think it's the first time I've been on a call with you guys.
it is indeed. But yeah, we were just talking about Vanguard, and then this is also a stream. So hi. It's like,
Oh, hello, streamers.
yeah. All right. But yeah, basically it's basically Cardfight Vanguard. We do play it a lot. Every so often it's just very funny. And then yeah, I guess like, every so often it was like we might do like a random thing with other people, but oh, that's future perks Robert and not current Robert perks. So
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's not 2 a.m. Ryan's problem.
Yeah, indeed not. All right, next card is Blue Furious Charged Dragon, Firago Dragon. It is the Aquaforce Stride. Vanguard Circle. At the end of the battle that this unit attacked costs Canvas 1 turn card from your G zone face up. You get a imaginary gift axle. Choose up to the same number of your rear guards as the same number of face up cards in your G zone. Standing, then you may move one of those rear guards. Then you choose up to one of your rear guards, move it to an open additional circle, and gains plus 10,000 until the end of the turn. Whew, this card is like.
Alright, I actually don't have a lot to say on it. Like, card's good, not breaking, not busted. Like, it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't feel. It's not the Bermuda card. But it's not the Kagero card.
Yeah.
It feels like. Actually, no. I'll give it top of C. Top of C, low B, where it's like that's nice. Well, anyways.
I'm gonna head off because I haven't really played this game, so I don't really have much to add on to it.
Sounds
no
good.
worries.
It's like,
You have a good night.
you have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Alright, in the streaming channel we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to streaming channel. Chris.
Welcome to the stream channel. I don't even remember making the streaming channel one. It's like,
Literally just made it. Literally just made it 5 seconds. Or Robert, literally.
Jack made it.
It's fucking 1 a.m. Okay. Jack made it 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. I just used gaming just because gaming
Would
was
you
like
like to stream again so I can?
Yes.
So I can watch.
We're on the bugs one, right?
No, we're still on
We're
Aquaforce.
on Aqua. We're on Weird Dragon.
Yeah.
I just gave my 2 cents.
Yeah. I think for Aqua Dragon, my sense is playing against the couple of games I play against Derek, it does good. Because whenever you can't get into your Maelstrom Stride efficiently, this is a good thing to go into. But at the same time, it's so awkward. Like it gives you that more gifts, which is helpful a lot, and then it does let you do more like tile assault lines. But at the same time, I think you can do that regardless of anything, really. So it pretty much adds more into it it's just there just giving an axle circle. It's better than like the 2 other strides. It's kind of like the bottom of B, top of C. Like I think if it was like Aquaforce was like really strong, I would give it like a higher rating than the bottom of B, but it's like ooh. It's good. It's very good, but at the same time, is it better than the the Grand Blue one? Is it better than the Shadow Paladin one? I don't think it is.
Like I said, that's why I think it's just kind of high C. It's like it feels like that's nice anyways. It's just like, it's something they'll throw in the G zone.
Yeah.
But I don't think they really have plans to go into it under like consistent, like, realizations.
Yeah.
Like everything in B tier, I can see them consistently, like going into under like, or even like very well into matchups. This is a card that's like, I'll randomly need this.
Yeah. Like, it's good. It's definitely, like, the first try you will always go into. But at the same time, do you want to go into this stride just as your first stride? Not really. Like, it's not all windmill slam, this is your first stride. This is a... This is
like it wants to be that.
It wants to be that, but it's definitely not.
Alright.
Yeah. But I say top of C. Top of C makes sense. Bottom B, I would also agree as well. Like, it would be just after the Gear Chronicle one, because I think the Gear Chronicle one just edges it out a little bit more.
Alright, check.
I'll agree with that. Put it bottom of C.
And you mean top of C?
Oh.
Do you want to put it below the Kagura one?
I mean,
Kagura one's not bad.
I think it's probably better than that.
Yeah. That's why I say it's kind of like the Royal Paladin one, so... I would say, like, the Royal Paladin one and this one swap between each other. But we'll put it on the top of C because of contact readers. Alright, next is the Mega Colony Stride. Everyone that has made the biggest controversies of all time. Poison, evil mutant deity, Magnanimous. It has an act on Vanguard Circle and in G-Zone, once per turn. If this card's on Vanguard Circle, this cost may be paid with... Turn a card in your G-Zone face up. If this card is face up, cost Counterblast 1 and put a rear guard into your soul. Choose one of your opponent's stand rear guards and retire it. If a card was retired, you draw a card and countercharge 1. If no cards were retired, you choose one of your opponent's vanguards that gets minus 10,000 power until end of turn. So...
This card has quite literally no right to exist. So here's the thing. We never actually had a lot of testing against Order Colony because Order Colony is a relatively new deck. After finally testing with it and like seeing how this deck works, I actually have to agree with this card should not exist. This is actually more power than this deck needs to have. Because we're already debating, like, in, like, the one day we've had testing with Order Colony, we think it's the best deck in the format. And this is, like, absurd support to give this deck.
To be fair to them, I don't think the intention was ever for it to be a good deck.
Yeah.
And I think there's an approaching ban list that's going to break Order Colony's knees.
Probably.
What's probably going to happen is the grade 3... We can evaluate this under the assumption that nothing gets changed, but Bushiroad very clearly sees that this is the deck that's been topping, and we have a ban list incoming after the Spring Festival. But it's like very clearly something in the deck is going to get hit. Probably the card that, probably the grade 3 from D for premium. They're probably not going to choice restrict it because that card makes it so they can't print good orders ever.
Yeah, it's probably going to be. It's going to definitely be like a ban.
That'll probably be banned because book has never been an issue before. That was the card that made it an issue because book is suddenly free.
Yeah, or in
So
Lyrical
now
Veil is
if
also
you-
suddenly
now-
free as well.
So now if you evaluate Order Colony, or if you evaluate Mega Colony without their plussing engine and with just Gridora, I think this card is fine.
Yeah,
Like it's very good. It's a very good card. Don't get me wrong, but it's like Order Colony at that point is just like, or Mega Colony at that point is like, oh well, you're back to where bugs were. Okay, niche.
No, they honestly would move up a tier. But I don't have an issue
without
moving up a tier at that point.
without book, without
With
if
this
they-
card,
if they-
yes.
No, if we're going under the assumption that in the world where they hit the combo that enables Mega Colony to plus, which is book or dragon, one of the two, then I don't think the deck is. I don't think the deck is tier 1 anymore. I think the deck goes back down because Mega Colony without that has very little recursion or plussing engines that you can't just play around.
I have to cut in. I also kind of have to agree with Jack. I just because I play against Yogi the most. So Yogi has complained a lot where it's like this card, this card's good because it adds it makes Gridora win faster, and that's what it needed. It definitely did. But because Order Colony exists, it makes the deck way too good and way too strong. This definitely is a good card because it lets Gridora close games. And sometimes Gridora, after locking everything out, can't close games. This adds a closer, which is very important for the deck. But in the world where Order Colony exists and all that fun stuff, it's probably over the top. But I think this was definitely necessary for just regular Mega Colony. If we were to evaluate just on regular Mega Colony, I would say it's good. But in competitive, it's a lot. It's very hard to evaluate.
I still hold my opinion of holding the card to S, because you gotta remember where Mega Colony is prior to the existence of Order.
Exactly.
Can I? I'm gonna finish what I was saying. So in existence prior to Order Colony, Mega Colony is a non-existent deck. This card, I think, makes an argument to bump the deck up to tier 2, tier 3, 1.5 tier 2. That's a drastic jump from where the deck was prior. And I think that is a justifiable enough for an S tier, where it drastically changes the deck. Because it's the same argument as the Bermuda Stride.
I don't think it does. I think if your deck loses its one value piece when Order Colony gets hit, I don't think the deck can hold the value up.
The vice versa is it's gaining a new advantage engine.
You have counterplay to your opponent leaving standing rear guards. That's this card.
Yeah, Mega Colony has already plus so much that this card saying that this can plus, it just pluses as in you can use your I am way faster. It lets you do all your finishers way up more efficiently. That's his only thing.
But in caveat, if your opponent's counterplay is to have their board rested, that means Gridora is actually doing its job and functioning a lot stronger. Because then you're forcing your opponent to play into your best stride. Yeah. Which is a vice versa, because the counterplay to Gridora was leaving cards standing.
Yeah. I think that's
Genesis still gets away with all of this, but that's because Genesis hard shits on just Mega Colony because of the way the Vine Gauge and my strides work.
Yeah.
And the restand package just kind of hard shits on the deck altogether.
Yeah.
But
I think the Mega Colony was already this card just makes the boogeyman of the deck of the format just more of a boogeyman of the format. It doesn't change the boogeyman into the top ranking tiers. It just makes the boogeyman more scarier. That's why I don't give it higher than I give it as low as a B. That's what I want to evaluate it as.
No, but as you gotta look at it like this, with if we're looking at it in context of Order Colony is getting hit, this card single-handedly helps the deck.
Yeah,
as much as Order Colony would have helped the deck. Yes, a little bit weaker, but it does hold it. I think it actually is good enough to justify keeping the deck or holding the deck in higher contention.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it S
would
though.
Shift the deck to a higher tier.
I would put
higher tier.
I would put it just the same place as the Stunburst one is. I would put it up here as top of S. Oh, top of A. Sorry, top of A. Because yeah, that's the thing.
I just refuse to accept anything less than an A for this card. Because of what I truly believe the implications are. After actually playing against this deck and seeing what it does, I can see why this card was printed. The card was clearly printed without Order Colony's design. But without Order Colony, I think that it does jump the deck up enough tiers for the card to be yeah, this card is clearly one of the best cards in the set.
I think it's top of B. I don't think it should be an A. Yeah, but
I think legit because I played enough against Yogi as Mega Colony as the deck that does the things to do the things. I can see that this card will close gaps and that would help it a lot because it makes your Gridora flip really strong. and all that. But I would not give it. I wouldn't give it higher than. I wouldn't give it lower than a B, but I can agree to be like top of B. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be A just because. Oh, it's so weird because it definitely needed. But it definitely needed it to like win.
I refuse to say this card is B tier.
Yeah.
I think this is in the exact same boat as Stunverse Buddy.
Yeah.
In that it punishes you for not playing into Gridora, but it does. It's got the exact same issues as Stunverse Buddy. It's like, do I really care that you're gonna retire my one rearguard by counter blasting and eating your own rearguard? Not really.
I think you do, because there is a vice versa to that. The difference is you're actually generating card advantage off it, which is something the deck wants. So you actually do care. Is the kind of the problem? Is because the deck, like Gridora's inherent weakness, if we're ignoring Order Colony, is that it has a lower side on plussing. This card solves that problem. And once you start flipping multiple copies up, it becomes more and more of a problem.
It's still a counter blast for each activation once you flip more up, Ryan. I
I'm
don't
aware.
think it's gonna be that much.
It also, again, it just helps it secure game, which is something the deck actually did have an issue with.
Yeah, that's the thing is that's why I can't.
That deck's counter charge is not an issue.
Like that's why I can't give it like a Y. Or sorry. Like I can't give it a Y as in like why does this even exist? Or I can not give it like below like maybe like the Shao Paladin one because it does help a lot. I can agree to like put it right here. That can be like probably at the top for most people's evaluations. I can agree putting it below A because it does help out a lot. It's kind of like how the Noble Grappler Finisher is also really helpful as well. I can also agree at top of B because it's just a really solid card that they just need. Like it fits in any of those cases for any players. I think personally for me, it would be either the top of B or the bottom of A. Is what I evaluate as. I know you'll probably evaluate probably at the top of A or just like maybe even before or after Stunverse support. Ooh.
It's like I said, I still think this is an S tier card. Like, it single-handedly shifts the deck up like 3 tiers, which
that's
is a
not
lot.
S tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that's not S tier. We established that 35 minutes ago.
Yeah. As S tier
That
as
is
it either dramatically adds a whole bunch of new decks into it, or this just supports. It's like Stunverse. I hate to say it. It's just Stunverse. Stunverse, buddy.
That's just
Yeah.
Stunverse, buddy.
Yeah, it's just that. I think, and then this will always change. I think putting it right here is fine. It's good. It's nice. It does help out finish. And I think after playing against Yogi, that it is the finisher that he kind of needs, but at the same time, not really. He won't flip this up as the Gridora effect. He probably will likely flip it to any other card besides this one.
No,
but,
you always flip that card. Why would you not flip that card? What?
well, you don't really care because you've already created so much advantage that you won't even care. It's
Current Order Colony, I'd still flip that up. Like, what?
Oh no, you still flip it up regardless, but you wouldn't care if it's face up or not. It's also an X skill, so once you miss that timing for it, you miss that timing for it, and all that fun stuff. But here we are. I give it an A. Yogi will also probably say it's good, but he also would just say, like, this just makes the deck super boring. And then it closes faster, and be like, yeah. It's definitely something that he would need, but it's definitely not something he would be, like, praising the Lord for.
That's a control deck question mark? Like that's kind of all I have to say.
Yeah.
Like it doubles down on a control piece for this deck.
Oh no, it's great. It's a great card, but at the same time, it plays like that Stunverse piece. Like it's more of a strong support role rather than a main cast, and you'll never ever stride into this card.
No, there's cases and scenarios where you stride into it. There are weird times where you will just brick on Counterblast, because the deck can just randomly brick on Counterblast if you're not paying attention, and then this is your go-into stride, because you can switch the cost to just flipping a card face up instead of paying a Counterblast and eating it.
Yeah, but at the same time, like the deck already creates so much counter charge and counter blast. Like you have your G guards that can generate counter charge and all that.
You have a G guard that counter charges this
Yeah,
display?
there's a G guard for Mega Con.
Oh, the
that's
flip G guard.
yeah, the flip G
weird
guard
one.
that you'll always use. You'll always use that
I
one.
have not seen a topping list use the flip G guard.
I don't know. Yogi uses it all the time.
I don't know why. I think I've seen like one list run one, or if they do, they run like one at most.
you only need to use it the once. Yogi only plays two. It's like
Why?
it's resource. Resources in Mega Colony is like so free. It's ridiculous. It's so free.
Yeah, but why are you using? Then why aren't you just using your G guards to defend you instead of generate more resources?
Because
That's-
yeah, it's the Mega Colony decks have always depend on
Let's
this.
move on. It's 2 o'clock. I want to
Yeah.
try to go to bed by
Alright.
2:30.
This is
What's up, Zeb Clint, by the way?
B.
Hello?
I don't trust Ryan's card choices.
Hello? The hell did I do?
Nah. It's just someone trolling. Alright. On to the last 2 strides, and then I think you can pretty much bounce from there, Ryan.
What's up, Toby?
Yeah, I know this, Toby.
Tired. It's 2 in the fucking morning.
Yeah. Always a
Fair
troll.
enough.
No, you're
Get to
fine.
the last strides, and I do want to go over my G guard.
Okay.
I have a lot to say about the Genesis G guard.
Okay. So last of the 2 strides is the Great Nature one. Omniscience Dragon Colorist, aka the Parrot. Act Vanguard. Flip a card in your Jigs face up.
Dragon.
Choose all your front row units to gain plus 10k power until the end of the turn. Retire them. Doesn't matter because you always do that regardless. Auto Vanguard. When this unit attacks, can plus 1, choose one of your power 3,000 units or greater. Stand it and it gains the effect when this attacks until the end of the battle. When your opponent will guard cards from their hand, they must call 3 at the same time until end of turn. People have been doing this for every time. It's really great with Rhino. Rhino's really good. I've died to Rhino so many times that I can say that this card is good. This card is nice. Is it a game-changing card? Probably not, but it's a really good stride to go into after the first 2.
It's a BA card. It doesn't deserve S tier.
No.
But it's not. Anyways.
Yeah, it's not C. It's not sideways. This is definitely something that helps Rhino lines close good. This is probably just like the top of B, but B. Jack, I don't know if you have any strong feelings for this, but here's your opinions.
It's a parrot, and that upsets me more than anything else.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah. But yeah, I say Bombay. It's definitely like a role piece that they definitely did need to close games with Rhino. And they didn't have that before. It's also a restander, and with the deck have multiple restanders, here it is. Alright, last card. The strongest card from Neo Nectar. Flower Princess of Compassion La Vista. It has the Neo Nectar Stride. Act Vanguard Circle. Once per turn, discard a card from your hand. Choose one of your rear guards. Search your deck for 2 copies with the same name as this unit. Same grade as this unit. Reveal them. Put one of them into your. Put one into your hand. Call the rest onto the board. And Auto Vanguard. When this attacks, counterblast 1. If you have 2 more rear guards with the same name as this unit, as one of those units, rear guards, stand them. Choose 2 and stand them.
Rear guard with the same name. Counterblast 1. Stand both of them.
Yep. Brian, you go first because both me and Jack have played this.
It'll be easiest. Alright, so in Premium Neo Nectar, your win condition is strictly Cecilia Reverse right now. You actually have no other viable win condition. You never did. So your best win condition is Cecilia Reverse. This card just outright enables Cecilia Reverse. And gives you additional 2 attacks.
Okay.
That's all.
Alright. I'll say my opinion is next because Jack is probably the one that does the most lines for this. Card's good. By enabling you to do a counterblast play by searching 2 cards with the same grade. So it's also targeted one of your rear guards. You can do a lot of things by targeting a grade 3, and those are Cecilia lines. It also targets your plant tokens. You can just add like heal triggers or triggers that you need. You can do. It doesn't have to be the same card that you grab. So there's a hidden tech of the stand trigger that people are saying, which is you sack it, give your Vanguard power equal to a rear guard. You can call one of those. You can play. It's such a diverse toolkit. Also on attack restand, 2 units that share the same name is really good, especially if like You do grade 3s is really good. It does really good with your bloom lines if you're going with the bloom deck. It's a really good stride. It's probably the best stride you go into first because you don't have anything better to go in the first stride except for like the Counterblast one or the Asha one. It's better than the Asha one, but it's not like the best one because Asha's stride gives you power. That's my pieces on it.
Yeah, the value of this card is just that it gives you it's free advantage. You basically lose you're striding into this card because it lets you toolbox out basically your entire deck. It's a counter charge engine on a body, it's a card draw engine on a body, it's free PGs on a body. It's very good. The card is very strong. Because you do have the Musketeer that countercharges out of deck. You have the PGs that you can grab that bounce themselves to hand with Bloom. You have the you can get the draw PGs. If you're feeling saucy, you can get the over trigger like a Loom.
Yeah. Like
the card's amazing.
Card's really great. It's probably one of the best first tries you'll go into. But at the same time, it's a switch off piece. It's nice, it's good, but I wouldn't put I'll put it here, but I want to move the Nova Grappler one above the Gold Paladin one.
I definitely put it above. Is that the Shadow Paladin one?
The Shadow Paladin one is here.
I'm trying to figure out which one that is above the Shadow Paladin one.
That is the Grand Blue one. No, that's the
gold.
No, that is that's
not the gold one. The gold one is down.
It's the dark irregular one. That's above
the
yeah.
I'm watching stream. I'm not paying attention to Bob's thing.
Yeah.
I definitely put it above the Link Joker one because it definitely provides
more utility to the decks. Yeah.
It opens up. You're opening up half of the old Katrina lines.
Yeah. Because it does target plant tokens, and that's really good.
Yeah. You can target plant tokens. You can target grid ones. You're basically getting.
It's hack and slash. It's very strong hack and slash. That's why I put like right here. Ideally, I would put definitely above the Gold Paladin one, but not over the Nova Grappler one, because the Nova Grappler one adds like that final push through. But this doesn't.
Neo's already has the final push through. He just needs.
It's just GB8. It's like. But it's definitely that. It also doesn't flip, which doesn't accelerate that count, which is kind of what you needed. But I was like, yeah. But yeah, I would place it here, maybe above this one, depending on like per person.
I don't think you need it to flip, considering part of it's the G guard that we just got.
Yeah.
And part of it's the fact that you can just set yourself up to always be able to have a PG or a G guard to accelerate yourself.
Yeah,
you don't care if it doesn't flip because you can just force a flip yourself.
Alright. But yeah, I would say it lands in A tier. It's like definitely smack in the middle. Like this is probably like the most middle of the middle. I'll put it here because that's like pretty middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's like right here. Put it above. Okay. Alright. Before Ryan has to go to sleep, we'll do his Guardian first.
Angels and Genesis.
Okay. Yeah, because I can just say things about the OTC one.
Yeah, I think you and I are on a similar mindset. I'm okay with the card, but
Alright. We'll do the Angel Feather one. It is Super Mobile Hospital Filament Grants. It is our G Guardian. A G Guardian, if no one knows, is by discarding a heal trigger from your hand, you may call this from your stride deck to your Guardian Circle from face down.
As long as you have less than 4 face up.
As also when your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or higher.
You are both at grade 3 or higher.
Oh yeah, when you both are. Yeah. That part also matters. Sorry. It has the skill. When this card is placed onto the Guardian Circle, you may Counterblast 3, Soul Blast 1, choose a card from your damage zone, and call it to Guardian Circle. I will go first on this one. I like this. This is very strong. It's like, you would definitely pay 3 Counterblasts for a skill for this, for a G card. Sure, it's very irrelevant, but it makes defensive Angel Feathers more viable in premium because you can do this with no shield lines. You can do this with there's probably some other like Mechiel card with it. There's definitely a lot of strong lines with this card. I don't know all of it, but I do like it, and doing 3 Counter Blasts is the cost. Soul Blast 1 is like, it's very nerve-wracking on that one. But I think this is a more balanced cost for what this card does as an effect. And then whoever wants to be next, Ryan.
I have
I thought I was
one or the other.
Okay, it's one of the other.
Well, this card's very good, but this is kind of a temperamental G-Guard. Resources nowadays aren't as free as they used to be. I don't have infinite counterblast anymore. Like, I end my turn usually with 4 face down counterblast. Granted, on my following turn I refunded all like it's nothing. But the point being, I usually have nothing but face down damage going into my opponent's turn. So this is a G guard I can realistically seeing at most I use once a game, if I can get away with it. Is the card very good? Yes, but it still says CB3. You gotta realize, I might be Angel Feathers, but the card still reads CB3.
Yeah. Alright, Jack, if you want to throw your opinion, now is the time.
I have no strong opinions one way or the other.
Yeah.
I don't touch the clients.
Yeah. I would say this is it's a C. Because you have better G guards, but this G guard is strong enough that it's not a D. It's definitely not a B. It's kind of like, that's nice, that's cool, but I'd rather use the other one.
It's one of those things where it's like, I have Serial.
Yeah.
I have my other G guards.
Well,
like,
you don't have a lot of G
kind of
guards. That's the
like-
default. It's like Serial's like.
You overlook though. It's like
Yeah.
a lol. I randomly heal during your. The
Yeah.
fuck are you gonna do?
And then you
That's
gotta do
something
a
you
lot.
were like. But that as a mechanic, it's like, that's nice. Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, I would
Like,
say
you
it's
can't kill
under.
me, lol.
I think it's better than the Kagero. I can't say it's better than the. Can I say it's better than the
Top
Ro?
of C, just because you will double look. You
Yeah,
will double
that's
take
true.
when you realize I healed on your turn.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I can say it top of C. I would say, like, is it better than the Aquaforce Strike? And be like, it kind of is, but like not all the time. But yeah, I would say here. All right.
Well, it's just the defensive clan getting another defensive tool.
Yeah, but it does allow like the defensive clans that have access to defensive shenanigans.
Alright, so I'll talk about the Genesis G card.
Sure. Let me read what this card.
I have.
Strong opinions about.
Yeah.
Let me read what it does though. It
I'll
is.
read it.
Oh, you reading it?
There we
Okay.
go. Yeah, so when I put it on G guard, the cost is to put a card from my hand or rear guard into the soul.
Oh wait,
And it'll gain 10k shield to end a battle.
you forgot its name. I was like,
Oh yeah, its name is Heavenly Support Bright Dragon Arnavarda.
yeah. And then yeah, put a card from your hand. Or
And then, as a different sentence, I can put an additional 2 cards from my hand or field onto the soul to give something -2 critical till the end of the turn.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't like this card. I'm going to start off by saying this because there's very clearly a misconception with everyone. This is not a bad card. I don't think this is a bad card. Just because it's not a bad card doesn't mean I don't like the card.
Yee.
So Genesis actually is not a clan with card advantage. It's actually not. If anything, I'd call this the combo clan. This is not a clan that holds card advantage very well. So going -3, especially when you're putting, like, let's say I have to eat the 3 from board. If all of those cards had Divine Gauge, I went -6. -7 if you include the cost for the G card. Can you tell me the last time going -7 to stop my opponent's, like, one attack, even if it's the Vanguard circle, -7, is it really worth it? Like, it's a lot. Like, you're honest to God asking for a lot. And I'm not saying the effect isn't good or bad in any way, shape, or form. The card's good. It's not fine. I hate its cost. And its cost, honestly, is a lot more taxing than it looks at first glance. Especially for Genesis.
Yeah.
It's not like any of the other G guards. And like the Angel Feather one, yeah, I cost CB3, but I am Angel Feather. And like, while I don't think the resources are free anymore, I am Angel Feather. I am literally the deck that can countercharge up my ass. This one, I don't generate board like crazy. I don't generate hand like crazy. Like, so eating 3, like while it goes into my soul, I'm eating 3 cards from my field, from like my board state, into a zone that I don't have readily availability to. Like, Fenrir kind of gets you there. Fenrir's not good.
Yeah.
Gleipnir kind of gets you there. Gleipnir, like, cause a counterblast.
Yeah.
Like, in addition to that, like, no, I told you I had, like, a long-winded argument about this. In addition to that, Bob, you and I were talking about this. We were looking for something very specific for the G-Guard. And that's also something that kind of just burned me, because they could have done something a lot better with it, in my opinion. Because we wanted that Soul Blast outlet defensively. I wanted that on the spot, like, Soul Blast 1, do literally anything. I don't care what it says.
Yeah.
I just wanted the ability to toolbox on the opponent's turn. Like, I think that wouldn't have been that broken. Especially when you consider Genesis isn't Grand Blue with its pool. So it's a lot harder for me to do things. I still, like, having a toolbox on my turn would have been fine, in honesty, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I get what they're going with by giving me the -2 crit. It is until end of turn. But in all honesty, I think you're asking a lot more than people think they're asking for.
Yeah.
Because this is an upward of a -7.
I will say that I agree with Ryan. The cost of this card is very taxing. It has very strong effects for this taxing effect. But at the same time, I think this is not what Genesis needed. Genesis needed as a G-Guard a card that says Soul Blast 2, gain +10 shield, and then by Soul Blasting a number, you draw a card. Eating rear guards is like, you won't care as much in the Fenrir deck, but that's only Fenrir. And then you think it'd be like, this hurts Regalia, this hurts, what even other, it hurts Valkyrion, this hurts. This hurts.
It's not even functional in Himiko.
Yeah, it's not even great in Himiko because Himiko needs to eat units.
No,
this
it's
is
not
a.
great, it's not functional. The card physically doesn't work in Himiko.
I feel like this is probably a D, not because it's bad, but because it has
Why?
It's why this? Why all
I don't
this?
think you can give it D.
I
think the card effects are too good to give it D.
That's the thing, is like I can't.
Here's the thing.
I can't give it like. I can say a C. I can say bottom of C.
I'm fine with C. I'm fine with C.
I can't. I can agree why D, but I can also see why C because it has really strong effects. It's basically the oops button for against like over triggers. It's a very strong oops button against over triggers, and you will definitely play that. Yeah.
Like there are some decks where here's like where's the point when going -7 is fine when you win the game on the next turn.
Yeah,
If you can't win the game on the next turn is the problem.
Yes, but that's not what we're asking about. You're asking when is it fine to go -7 when you win.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: this is not a card you're going to go into more than once. You're using it one time on one turn if it saves your life, and if you can't go into it, you still have, unless those are 3 dead cards in your hand that you weren't going to use for something else, or like you like. Here's the thing: this is a card that converts cards in your hand that do nothing into something. Like that's the value in the card. Not because this is a card that you're going to want to go into more than once, like a lot of the other G guards here, but because this is a card that can convert anything and a heal into something.
Yeah. I can see that point. I think just me and Ryan were just more disappointed about it could have been just like a better utility G guard rather than the oops button. Because this is a very oops button. And I feel like bottom of C is where it should go. It can go D if you want to stretch it, like the top of D, but it's there. It's like I will play it as my 6th G guard. It's like I wouldn't play it I would play it as the last G-Guard I will play. It's not obligation to play it, but it's nice to have it. But it's
Yes.
you'll never go into it.
You want to have the option.
Yeah, it's the option.
The thing is, it's 99% of the time you're never gonna want to go into this because
Yeah.
it's
It
like Ryan
hurts you.
said, -6, -7. You're just losing out the ass. But there's gonna be that one time where you desperately need this card.
Yeah.
And it will come up, considering we look at the top decks, you have stuff like Redora, stuff like God, what is it, Kagero? Is that Overlord?
Nightmare Doll.
Nightmare Doll.
Or Nightmare Dolls, stuff like that, where they're like, I'm going to take this restander and place it so far up your ass it's not even funny. And if you can just go, I'm going to -4 to stop your turn entirely and still either have an adequate board or be able to resolve the rest of this, you're like, this is fine. Like, this is, you're gonna hurt, life's gonna really fucking suck for you,
But you're
gonna be
not
like,
dead.
if you can, but you're not dead, and if you can win, there you go, there's the value in the card.
Yeah. It's a forced dilemma, and I hate that it has to be that. I'd rather it
Yeah.
not be a forced dilemma.
Like,
You're
the
fine,
fact that
you're
this
fine.
card
I-
isn't
I
as
agree.
clean as it is.
Yeah.
I can agree with it, but it's like, there is, like, you could dislike the card all you want, but the card is strong and the card
Yeah.
exists for a reason.
Yeah. And I can.
That's exactly what my
That's-
argument is.
Yeah.
It's
It's.
like I'm not denying the card's value. I'm
Yeah.
bad that it exists in its genesis.
Yeah. Yeah. I can also say that because, man, this card could have been. It's good. I read it first and I was like, this card's good. And then I really thought about it, like, oh no, this card's. Ooh. I had like an internal
As
turmoil.
Jack, I immediately went, why the fuck is this my G guard?
Yeah.
I immediately was tilted when I saw that.
Yeah. But yeah, I would say that is that. And then I think, did we rank? Let me double check it. Did I rank the?
I am
Yeah.
heading to bed. I
Yeah.
will catch you guys.
Yeah. Have a good night, Ryan.
Night. Hopefully I don't die in 3 hours, but we'll see.
We'll see. But yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate things where it's like, I understand where you're coming from, but it's just like,
It's.
I mean, listen, every clan would fucking kill for that.
Yeah, like any other clan would gladly take this one, but Genesis is not the one that takes it. Oh, it's so, it's so close to being good. If the additional cost wasn't like eat 2 more rear guards, if it was like Counterblast 2, it's like, I would take out Counterblast 2. Like any, like it's eating 2 more rear guards hurt a lot.
I think again, still a lot of the value is that it converts.
It converts dead cards
converts-
into like a way
it
to
converts
not die.
Dead cards into something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I've seen the Regalia boards, and it's really nice to get the 6 restand, and
Yeah.
it really sucks to eat the divine gauge off of it. But if you live the kill turn because of it, you're gonna fucking be like, praise be to the fucking G Guardian. I needed this,
Yeah.
and it sucks that you lost out on 2
On
extra
that. Yeah.
attacks.
It-
Whatever.
It definitely is. All right, everybody, get ready. It's the next tier of potential D. It is the Royal Paladin G Guard, Faithful Sacred Staff Morgus. When this places onto the Guardian Circle, choose one of your grade 2 rear guards until the end of the turn. It gains 10 shield power. And when this unit intercepts Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, choose one of your units and it cannot be hit until the end of the battle.
I don't know if I'd give this D. It's solidly. I know
It's-
why it exists.
Yeah,
but
I
it's-
also know what
the effect is good enough.
It's
But
a
it's still like so bad. But it's not. I don't think I would give this a Y. I don't think you're like.
I don't
I
know.
built my entire deck to enable this G guard to make it okay. I think you're just like. sometimes I
It's
just
very
get upset with a
disappointing.
blaster blade.
Yeah, but is
It's
this
disappointing, but it's not like.
is this worse than the Genesis one? Out of your personal
No,
opinion.
no. Or, yes. This is worse than the Genesis one because
Oh.
the Genesis one converts anything. This
Yeah.
has to be a grade 2. It has to intercept, and it has to be on the board. If your opponent thinks this is happening, your opponent goes, I swing into your grade 2.
Yeah, it's so. And there were so many like not great Royal Paladin G guards. Like there's not a lot. There's not a lot. I just want them to have one good G guard. Just one good one. And the deck and Royal Paladins is actually like a very solid deck. But it's this gave me the same kind of feelings as like Genesis did. I read this and be like, oh, that's cool. And then I read this and be like, oh, but it has to target. The only niche application is when you do it with Ultimile's John Dark, because it can intercept from the back row, and it's very cute. But that requires such a unique deck tooling for it. That's why, like, I don't know why I feel like D is an option where like most of the cards are not Ds, but at the same time, we gotta have something that's bad.
I mean, listen, we can put it in bottom of C for now, and if we don't have anything else in D, by that point we could move it down to D.
That's true. Yeah, that's the thing is that like
it's like I will forcibly keep us from moving the OTT one down to D just because the effect is too good, even if the cost is awful.
This is like,
or not the OTT one, the fucking Genesis one.
The Genesis one the Genesis one was like, you can switch between these two. You can switch between these two, but like because Genesis is tier 1, it's like it's better than the Royal Paladin one.
I don't think you can really make the Genesis. I think
the
Genesis one requires no deck building. The other one at least requires some deck building.
Okay.
And is like your opponent can see it coming. If your opponent sees the grade 2 sitting in the back with alt mal, you're like, I know what you're doing.
Yeah. Alright. But let's move on to the OTT G-Guard. The one who builds the 8-fold defense. Octagonal Magus. This is a G-Guard that says, when it's placed on the Guardian Circle, Counterblast 1. Choose 2 grades from among 0 of 3, declare them. Reveal the top card of your deck. If the reveal card is any of the declare cards, put it into your hand. If you put a card, this card gets plus 15 shield until the end of the battle. This card is nice. Anyways, like this is like better than both the strides for Royal and Kagero, because you can do a lot of like shenanigans with it with Amaterasu's, both the main deck one and the G-Zone one. It allows you to not eat a resource because it is a resourceless PG, but it does not mean that you will always hit it. Like you have to like know what the hey you're doing with it. It's very situational. This is not the G-Guard I would go into on default. This was the G-Guard where it's like, I need to not die against multi-attack. So I'm going to pray to God that there is an Amaterasu on the top of my deck.
Yes. That is the best thing about this card, is that you can be cute and Amaterasu them. Other than that, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's usually counterblast, draw a card.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: if you're playing this, what you're gonna say is counterblast, declare 1/2.
Yeah. Oh, look,
because
this is grade 3.
like, you're gonna be counterblast, declare 1/2. Because if it's a grade 3, it's probably an Amaterasu. You've just given yourself 10,000 power.
Or
and
if you
do
grade
if it's
1/0.
0, it'd be like, oh,
Cool.
you're gonna declare 1/2. Because if it's a 1 or a 2, you want to clear that off the top of your deck. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
If it's a grade 0, you're like, okay, that stays on top. That's 10k power guaranteed. Whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's good, but it's not. It doesn't out cycle any of the other like G cards. It's a nice addition.
It's nice in the Amaterasu decks.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's about it.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Because sometimes you can just Amaterasu people to death. You just be like, I've gamed on you, 10,000 power in my main phase, my combat block phase. You're like, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It definitely does that. But yeah, it's good, but it's not something we dramatically needed.
And if you're a real gamer, you flip the first Amaterasu. Since it binds the top card of your deck, you just
leave it on top.
But the Amaterasu's still there. You just G-guard with the second one.
Yeah.
And then get 20,000 power.
Yeah, it's
if
very
you're a real gamer.
Yeah. But yeah,
most of the time, it's bad.
Yeah. It's not great. It's a good second G-Guard into your G-Guards, but not the first one. Alright, next one is Dark Dragon, Deep Griever Dragon. This is the Shadow Paladin G-Guard. Auto, when this places on Guardian Circle, choose up to 5 grade 1s from your drop zone and put them to the bottom of your deck in any order. This card gains plus 5,000 shield until the end of the battle for each card put. If you put 5, Counterblast 1, choose one of your units, and it can't be hit until the end of the battle. This card's good. This card is so good. This card just shows up. It shows up, wrecks your opponent's defense, walks away. This is the Giga Chad of all Shadow Paladin G-Guards. It's not just because it adds shield. It recycles up to 5 grade 1s from your drop zone, which is very relevant in all the Shadow Paladin decks. It uses Luard. Even Choleric Sword needs it so much. Witches can recycle it. It's very strong. The Counterblast 1 to make your thing not hit is like extra protection against over triggers. But in like
it's gravy.
It's gravy. But you're there for that. You're there for that cycling 4, 5 back into your deck, and not dying to deck out. It's
like you're cycling 4 back in. That's already 40,000. That's pretty good.
You can also cycle back like 3 PGs, have 1 PG in your drop zone, so you can always proc the things. You can cycle back a lot.
Because it does not specify normal units. So you can choose level 1 PGs. Yeah. Which will bring those back into relevancy in shows.
Yeah. It's definitely probably one of the strongest. This is the damn that's good.
Yeah, this is a damn that's good. It's not S tier.
It's not.
Or no,
it's definitely.
It's not. It's not S tier. I think it's top of A.
Is it top of A? I think it's. Yeah. Oh, it is. It's definitely the top of A. Top of A. Definitely top of A.
It goes into every Shadow Paladin deck, but you're not like. You don't need to make it a deck because it's just
already the deck. Yeah.
You're just like, I'm going through my normal deck progression. What a darn shame.
Yeah. I think there are definitely G-Guards that will become S tier. I don't know if this one is the definition of an S tier on base value, or is this just good? Or is this just nice? But we will see. If we need to, we will reevaluate. Next up is...
Gold Paladin.
Gold Paladin's G-Guard. Golden Dragon, Sanctified Dragon. This is when it's placed on the Guardian Circle, Soul Blast 1. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Choose up to 2 unit cards from among them, call them to the Guardian Circle, and discard the rest. If you called one or more grade 1 or greater cards, draw a card. I like this card. This card's good. This card is probably if you have no board, you can't do a slay me, throw this down, draw you a card pretty much. And if you don't hit a grade 1 or higher, it's usually a trigger. And then that's always like 15k. So this always defaults on like 30. On like the worst case.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, if you call it and you fail to hit a grade 1 or greater card, that just means you've called 2 triggers and you have now given this 40k shield. And you're just like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
You cry because you didn't get free pluses instead of just...
But like, oh, I don't die to this 60k Vanguard.
Yep, and it costs a soul, which is very good because you're not going to be getting counterblast a lot in golds.
I don't think so. I think all your counterblast goes towards your strides. And soul blast is like, it's not like a very terrible cost, but it's like, it's enough you can run away with 1 soul blast. I say 1 soul blast is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say
it
probably goes in
good.
It goes in. I think it's either good or like bottom of nice.
I think I want to put it in the bottom of nice because I think it's like what other.
It's good. It costs basically nothing.
Yeah, like it's good. Like it's the bottom of nice just because like you have no better G guards to go into when you don't have access to anything else. Because like
realistically, most of the time you're just gonna be like. You're gonna flip this, and it's probably just gonna be plus 20,000 draw card. And that's good.
Yeah, and it's like plus 15 draw card is really good. Like you're not like you will gladly use this as your first stride, your first G card. But like it's like there's nothing. I would say like you can replace this card would definitely become like a 4 of in any budget deck, and it'll do wonders. It's very strong. That's why like it's not good. But, like, it's nice because you can just play 4 of this, and then you're pretty much fine. You're pretty much set. So, that's why I say it's bottom of nice. Because it's good. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Just want to make sure I don't get shadow round again. It's like, alright. Genesis 1. Already done that one. Alright. Next is the Kagero G-Guard. Blaze Dragon Dance Salimina. Salima. Auto. The number of cards discarded from your hand for this cost is reduced for 1 for each open rear guard. When this is placed on Guardian Circle, Soul Blast that your opponent controls. Yes. Sorry. Soul Blast 1, discard 4 cards from your hand, choose one of your units, and it cannot be hit until the end of that battle. So, people say that this is mediocre. I say that this is fine. This is a fine cost. Surprisingly, this cost is pretty much like... So, there's a lot of Dragon Empire cards from D era that has a lot of, like, when this is discarded, do a thing. There's that grade one that says, when this is discarded. I think it has to be on your turn. But whenever it's discarded, you move it to your soul. I think that's during your turn. But if it's not, that pretty much negates the discard cost and your soul blast cost. I don't know for sure. But this card is good. Why? It's just because it's a good last button card. It's better than like the it's better than the Genesis one, because even when you end on a handled 0, you can always just go into Dragonic Overlord the cross, and just kill them, and you won't get hurt by it because it's like 0 cards in my hand. I always have 0 cards in my hand, so it's really good. I think this is guaranteed like the last G-Guard you'll ever proc if you can't Denial Griffin, because Denial Griffin's a counterblast, if I'm right.
Yes.
Yes. So if you're like no counterblast, this is Denial Griffin 5 through 8. If you are playing 8 of these G-Guards.
Like a fucking lunatic.
Yeah, which you shouldn't. But if you, it's really interesting because of this. Because it's such a, it's not just a free cost, but it's such a uniquely unalienated cost for it. That's why I think it's good. It's good because its cost is not as relevant, unlike the other ones. Because this is probably the most like fine cost you'll ever pay for it, for this effect. Also, it's also 15k shield on top of a can't be hit until the end of that battle. So against over triggers, it'll definitely stop it. And then, yeah, if it's the last loop of any deck, it'll stop it. It's definitely like, it will stop the last attack no matter what. And sometimes you don't pay that cost, and 15 is just enough. This is bottom of B?
I think bottom of B is. I put it in mid B. It's a good card with a solid effect that.
Yeah, like it's
realistically just kind of exists.
It is basically just APG, but instead of discarding 1 card, you discard 4 in a Soul Blast with additional effects.
It's discard anyone from 4 to 0 depending on
open.
How. Yeah.
Depends on how many denial
I do believe you do have other G guards in Kagero to eat rear guards.
It's only Denial Griffin and Blaze. And Blaze only works with Overlord a lot.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you always do have the value of just, you can use Denial to take out a rear guard slot.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to replace one of the discards you would have had for it. And then, you know, maybe... Like, you could just be stuck in a position where you force your opponent into a position where they... Like, your opponent already has to swing suboptimal lines because they have to respect that Denial Griffin exists.
Mm-hmm.
And now the moment they swing with their rear guard off to Denial, you can just... you always have the option to just Denial the other rear guard, and now you can use this to G-guard.
Yeah.
So it opens up a lot of opportunities. Yeah. It does also give you just perpetual access to a cheat guard, which is nice.
Yeah.
To a PG.
Yeah. We should also not forget that like Axial Circles are always a thing, and sometimes players can't fill up all those Axial Circles, and it's really great against those matchups as well. But once again, if you just like as the Axel deck just tempo making just maybe like 1 or 2 Axel circles a turn, you can just negate the cost of this card being that. So it's always it's good, but it's not like the card that Kagero needed. But it's definitely a card Kagero will want.
It's a card Kagero is happy with,
Yeah.
considering they already have nigh the best G guard in the game. In
Yeah.
the algorithm.
I will put this
Let's
as
put a mid B.
mid B. So that would be above the Grand Blue one. Yeah,
Probably.
I think that's fine. Above the Grand Blue one, that's fine. All right. Next up is Rikudo Stealth Rogue Melee Lord. This is the Nubatama G Guard. This is when this card is placed on the Guardian Circle, Counterblast 1, and this unit gains 5 shield until the end of the battle for each card in your opponent's hand. If your opponent has 4 or less cards, you draw a card. So, this card is interesting.
At its base, it's a 30k shield, or it's a 35k shield at its very base.
Yes.
Or no, at its very base, it's a
30
40k.
yeah.
It's at its very base, it's a 40k shield when you counterblast 1,
Yes.
which is a good rate.
Yeah. It scales with the format.
Yes. If you're expecting a lot of OTT and other type of stuff like big hand style decks,
Yeah.
this card suddenly says counterblast 1, get 20, or get like 60,000
60,000.
power.
This becomes
And it's just
almost
like-
close to like this is the over trigger for counterblast as the guard wise.
Yeah, you stare at something like Grand Blue, a deck that mainly calls out of the drop zone so they can hold their shield value in hand, and you're just like, oh, so you're just giving me an extra 10k shield every time.
Yeah. This basically will stop a Skull Dragon most of the
It
time.
will almost always stop the Skull Dragon by
Yeah.
just existing.
But yeah, but this scales like slightly okay against aggro, like wide aggro decks, so like Gold Paladin, even like Coco / like OTC Witches, because you'll draw a card regardless of it, so it cantrips you, which is pretty fine. I almost questioned why, but then I was like, no, this is definitely like a nice. This is like a good. Oh, because like the Dominate PG one, G Guard is probably the one you'll go into most often, and then there's the discard one. But sometimes people like don't care about the discard one enough to like think about it, and then the Dominate one is probably the one that screws up the opponent the most. So this one's probably like the middle child. Like you'll go into this only with like if you really need something. All these G guards are very situational and like very strong in those situations, but I think it has to rise to the situation. So
I think this is fine though. We've gotten a lot of generically strong G Guardians in the past, so being able to allow for more situational ones, especially for clans with already strong G Guards, is nice.
yeah, but like the OTT one, I think the OTT one has definitely the most strongest of G guards in most of history. So I think this is a good B. It's a bottom B. Bottom B. It's definitely not a C because it has that versatility kit into it. But it's definitely like I don't know what you want from Murakumo. I mean, not Murakumo, Nubatama. Like it's good. You don't hate it. You will play this as a 1-up for sure. But definitely not your first G guard into it unless you really need it to be your first G guard. Alright, next up is Fortified Marquise Legal Garter. This is the Tachikaze G guard, which is when it's placed on the Guardian Circle, retire any number of rear guards, and this gains plus 10 shield for each. Until the end of the battle for each unit retired for this cost. Draw a card for each card with an equip gauge retired for this card. This card's good. This card's amazing. This is just as strong as the Shadow Paladin one. Why? Because it supports all the V decks. This supports like any like previous strategies for it. Blau Stride is tier 1. Thank you, Father, for that enlightenment. but it's so strong. It's so generically good that I love it because it's so good and it synergizes with V. It's so good. And there's no like downside of a cost for it. This is definitely a is this an S tier G guard because it supports it.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Absolutely. I think this is an S tier D guard just out of pure strength.
Yeah.
Because you have so many synergies in Tachis that care about units being retired. There's a lot that care about units with equip gauge being retired. And this card basically just says, on G guard, I'm going to eat my grade 1s that say when this is retired with an equip gauge, add it to my hand. When this is retired, pay cost, draw a card. This basically says retire 3 rear guards, draw 6. And that is amazing for this deck.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Especially since like even like the previous Tachikaze ones are probably the most mediocre. There's only one good one, and I think it's the flip one that like whenever you like kill something, you call it back. But I think that's very synergistic.
That's also situational.
Yeah.
This is just generic.
Just generically flat. And that's why this is still better than the other one, because the other one is like the Shadow Paladin one. This one you will always use as your G guard. This was like, as playing this as a 4 of is a must, I would say. Sure, you can be like minus like 1 or 2 for other slots, but this is at 4 of. This makes your deck go from like tier like 1.5 to almost tier 1, I would say. Just because of this G card. That's why I think Tachikaze is definitely will rise to like tier 1 because of the Stride's really good, and so is the G guard. The G guard's probably, I'd say, better than the Stride for that reason. So
Yeah, I think so too. I think this is while the Stride is also generically good, I think this is just equally generically good, and also supports more archetypes, technically speaking, than the Stride.
Alright. Next one, so we can relatively close this up at a relatively time. Ambush Demon Stealth Rogue Aizen. A Bleach character has showed up. This is a Murakumo G guard that says when it's placed on the Guardian Circle, choose one of your rear guards and it gets the effect at the end of the battle. Your opponent unit's attack, if the attack did not hit, Soul Blast one. You may return to your hand until the end of the turn. This unit gains plus 10 shield until the end of that battle for each of the units with the same name as the chosen unit. Alright. This is very nice anyways. This is probably like the most... Oh, this is the most mid out of... No, this is like below...
This is Yaki rogue card and that's it.
No, this is like only a great Shiryuki deck because Soul is not as terrible for it. You can do very cute things with it, but you'll never... It's so conflicting with 2 different deck styles. The layer on the scale is great for Hyaki, but the top scale is really good for like aggressive Shiryuki plays. It's so in between the road. This is like the same choice as like Genesis Stride, but it's worse than the Genesis Stride just because you're so hedged in between the two.
Though to be fair, in those two, it is actually quite good. In Hyaki, this is
plus
just
plus like 60 shield to like 40 shield at like lowest.
And it's just there's no actual cost. You never need to actually Soul Blast to return this.
Yeah.
You're just like
you just be like,
you're just like, I'm just G guard for 70k. What is your response? And your opponent's like, oh, I guess.
Yeah.
And then if you're in Shiryuki, you're just like, I'm just going to.
I'm gonna bounce this Shiryuki back to my hand. Corrode this down minus 30 to like a unit as well. It's very strong.
Yeah, you're just gonna guard with your first Shiryuki. You're gonna Shiryuki plus G guard your opponent.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna be like, oh, okay. And because your combined power made it not hit, now you bounce the Shiryuki off your rear guard.
Yeah.
You still have the other one. You can always just play a Shiryuki next turn. Just it's very good in those decks.
But very meta. Like it only plays the strongest support role.
I think it plays the strongest support role, but I think it's less situational than the Genesis one, which puts it like mid to high C.
I can agree to that, but it's so you have to target especially those two. Like if you target like a 10k shield, you feel very sad. It's like, you feel very sad. Like
You've invested 2 cards for 25k.
Yeah.
How do you feel about life?
because this is slightly more worse than like the standard G guard. Place onto your guardian circle. Search for your deck. Call a card with the same name as the unit that you target, and this gains 5 shield, and that unit goes to the bottom of your deck. Because it's very... It's so... I want this to be a little bit more. It is good that it's not just when your Vanguard's attacked, so that's good. But it's very... Or no, it's when your opponent's Vanguard gets attacked, or when your opponent's Vanguard attacks your attacks. It's when your opponent's Vanguard attacks. It's what a good majority of the great G guards for Murokuma procs off on. But this is still like slightly sad. Slightly sad.
Now there is one more other niche situation where it will matter. If you do select a unit with the same name as a unit on your Guardian Circle already, it will get another plus 10,000.
It is correct on that one. Because it does keep track, yes. But this is...
a bit cursed.
Yeah, it is. And that makes sense. It does work. But it's very, like... It's very niche. And it acts as more of a supporting role than anything else.
That's why we put it in C tier.
Yeah. You also have to, like... target it. This is like... You have to target it. This also, like, is a G-Guard that does not help against a lock board. It's like...
It does not.
It does not.
Actually, you're right. It does not.
It does not. So it's like,
You do have to choose a
you
rear
do have to
guard.
choose a rear guard. Alright. My opinions about it, I'm sad. I'm very sad. This is kind of like how Ryan felt about his Genesis one. I was very sad on this G guard. So, as even like the Murokuma player, I was very sad on that one. So, man.
Or spoiler alert, chat. I was very happy about my G guard.
Oh, dude, the Neo Nectar one's amazing. We'll talk about that one later. It's very good. I was super stoked on that one. But outside from that, let's go to the Narukami one. It is the G guard that says when does this place on the Guardian Circle? If your opponent chooses 2 of their front row rear guards and bind them. If 2 were not bound until the end of the battle, this unit gains plus 10 shield. If no cards were bound, it gets another 10 shield. This card is nice.
This card is yet another card that says we're gonna counter you for playing around Stunverse.
Stunverse. This helps you. It's like, hey, you like Stunverse? Yeah, so we give you a G guard that helps Stunverse, besides the other G guard that helps Stunverse.
And the thing is, if your opponent chooses to eat their rear guards for this effect, you go. Congratulations.
I stopped your attack. And then I was like, yeah, because you can do a couple of, like, nice shenanigans with it. Because
the counterplay to this G guard is to attack with the rear guard first, and then you can just choose to guard this. Use this to guard the rear guard instead.
Yeah.
So now you go, I will guard your rear guard with this, and your opponent goes, oh, okay.
Okay.
So that now that I guess we just gave you a free 35k shield. And you just tank this rear guard hit.
Yeah.
And you're just like, yep.
Yep. That's why I think attacking with a rear guard first is probably like the bait. It's like, hey, you can use this as the bait. And I was like, I will gladly give you 30k shield. And that's probably like, you primarily will want to use this against the Vanguard attack, regardless of where it is in the sequence.
Yeah,
because
you want to use it against the Vanguard.
Yeah.
But you always have the option of just
baiting out
forcing
people
through the rear guard to just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna guard your rear guard because you can always just guard the rear guard with this, and now if you do that, your opponent knows. It's just like, all right, well, he's got a PG in hand. I'm not letting the Vanguard swing through.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And you can instead just use that as the as like the play around.
Yeah.
It's definitely a very good card.
It's definitely one of the better G guards from Narukami, if I remember right. Just because it has that flexibility kit. I think the other ones are stronger, but I think this one has more flexibility. And it can go anywhere. It's good skill testing, but I don't think this is better than the Gold Paladin one. I think the Gold Paladin one is just good regardless of where it is, sequence-wise. This one requires you to sequence to make sure that you will win. So this one goes in, maybe even like top of B if you want to push it. But I think bottom A is like perfectly fine.
Yeah. It is still just on. It is in the same. It's one of the class of many cards we found today. Just that falls in the pile of Stunburst Buddy. This exists and it supports an existing card.
Yeah, but it doesn't go as close to Stun Buddy, I would say, because I think Stun Buddy is probably the card that it kind of just needed. This one just adds like, yeah, it's just really annoying. But that's like the thing is, I think Stunverse is just like Order Colony. It's just really annoying. It's just really annoying. It's like, fuck. It's like, alright. Next one is the Nova Grappler G-Guard. Mio Kaiser's Stuffed Need.
Are you going to FM tomorrow? Or today? I guess.
50-50 on it. But it is a G-Guard that says, when this is placed on the Guardian Circle, counterblast one or more cards, and this gains 5 until the end of turn for each face down. If you counterblast 2 or more, draw a card. If you counterblast 3 or more, draw a card. So, in the worst case, counterblast 3, draw 2 cards, gain 15 shield. So, this one is... Okay, out of all the Nova Grappler G-Guards, this is the best one. Just because...
Definitely.
Just because it's like, it draws you cards. It's like,
it draws you cards.
It draws you
gets
cards.
You closer to more cards that you can use with Dai Kaiser.
You can draw cards with this skill. Oh, not Dai Kaiser. Oh, you're thinking of Dai Liner. No, not Dai Liner. This is a Nova Grappler one.
Oh, this is Nova Grappler.
This is Nova Grapplers.
Well, now I thought it was. I thought it was.
No,
good.
no,
I
no,
think
no,
it's okay.
This is okay. That's the thing. That this is okay, because like, on the worst case, you'll just get a shoot ton of shield, but you want like counterblast to draw cards. But this is like, this is not Y. This is definitely not D tier. This is definitely not this. It is definitely a C tier. This is definitely like above the OTT one. Because you will definitely counterblast like 2 to draw a card. You definitely will counterblast 2. I'm pretty sure you will counterblast 2 to draw a card. It will hurt you, but you will definitely feel at the end of the day be like, I should counterblast 2. I'll definitely counterblast 2. And then you hurt yourself. You're like, why did I counterblast 2? You will definitely make that mistake. But this is very good. Very good. Its base value is super strong, but it's like its roof is, the ceiling's very high and good, but its floor is very mediocre.
Yes.
Alright. Next one is the D-Police one. Giant Armored Beast Gyromaniacs. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Soul Blast one. Choose two grade 3 normal units from your drop. Put them into hand. And it gains 5 for each card put into your hand. This is dumb! This is so dumb!
This card says, guard with this,
Soul Blast suit
30k
in hand. It's so... Oh, when I saw this for the first time, I was like, great. Now I die. I died to this card. And sure, it grabs you that die dump, the one that's like 10 cards or more plus 30. You get to reuse it again. And I was like, oh, this is definitely what the G guard that you kind of needed was, because even it secures strides. This also bounced back. It is normal units, right? Yes, normal units. So you can't jump back to heal guardians, but at the same time, it secures you for ultimate strides. It secures you for defense. It secures you for like regular strides. It gives you Daisaurus's back when you need him, or that one that gives you a drive and you soul blast him for this. It's so strong and good. Is this better than the Tachikaze one? No, because it does block you into Die Liner a lot, which is like the only viable premium deck. Would I give this an S tier? I think I give it an A. I think I give it top of A.
I think this is definitely S tier.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is one of the few cards that just says that will just do basically everything you want in a deck.
But yeah, I would give this. I would pair this along with the Cosmo guy, the Burst Eater. I would pair it with this.
It's top of A.
It's definitely top of A for sure. It's definitely going to be like the very top of A. But I would say if you were to see like any tier list, I would always pair this with the Dimension Police one. Like these two are great together.
They hug together.
They are together at all points. There's no way to separate the two. So like, that's why I will put it like right here. We'll leave the Shadow Paladin one at the very top. But there's like no way you can't split these two apart because they act and support probably the two biggest weaknesses of that die liner deck for DP. It's very great. It's very strong. I say that it makes that tier 1 deck a solid tier 1 deck instead of a boogeyman now. So like you will definitely, once this set comes out, you will definitely see a die liner deck. It's also a very easy deck to like convert from like V as well. It's so
Card's just good.
yeah, the pair's just great. It's gonna wreck people half the time, and it's gonna be like, oh, why you do this to me? All right, everybody's favorite complaints from Leak Joker, as in this is bad. It is the Heal Guardian for Link Joker, Terminal Ending Darkness Big Ripper. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Soul Blast and lock one or more back row rear guards. This gains plus 10 shield. If you lock 2 or more cards, draw a card. This is good. I like this card actually.
I think it's quite good.
I like this card. People say it'll be like, but I can just lock things on my. Why can't I just build a Griffin unlock? Listen here, so folks. You already do that on your main phase. You already do that on your main phase. If your opponent plays unlockers, that means that they played the counter lock thing, and that just makes their deck worse. Unless it's part of the G guard, which is like a mandatory need. And then, so the thing is that like you play this with what's the big bird? The big bird that says unlock your back row units. It gains like 5k.
Oh crikey, I'm not Derek.
Yeah.
I know this.
I know it because I played against so much of those. It gives you a target for that one as well. Because this one, like, this is also a Soul Blast, which is, like, not as relevant. It gives you, like, the Messiah plays. It also gives you, like, Chaos plays. It also allows you to, like, it gives you a Chaos play because you can lock Messiah cards from the back row for it. It also gives you, like, hey, I can do this regardless of anything for it. It also just gives you, like, a draw. It draws you a card. In Chaos, drawing one card, this cantrips. It's really solid. I say it's an A tier, but it is, I say, mid. This is probably the middle of A or the top of B, or yeah, because it's good. It plays a good role, but it's not a G guard you can just play 4 of in the deck. So it's very like top of good. I'm gonna put a top of good. Top of good, it can go into nice, but I say top of good because you can't just chuck 4 of these in. Whereas some of the G guards that are A or above, you can't just play 4 of those G guards and just call it a day. Or no, I'll put it at it's either the bottom of A, like bottom of A, top of B. It can definitely go there. Because I think any G guard that goes into S tier, it's definitely, you must run 4 of G guards. Or it's like the one tech G guard that you play, it's amazing in it. So that is that. Next is Compassion Queen Villainous Evinetta. This is the Spike Brothers one. So when this is placed on the Guardian Circle, costs Counterblast 1, choose 3 normal units from your drop zone, and this unit gains their original shield value until the turn. If you choose one or more grade 3 cards, draw a card, put all the chosen cards with this effect to the bottom of your deck in A order. This card's low-key very strong. You can target 3 Heal Guardians, draw a card, and you gain plus 45 shield. That's a lot! This one will block out, this will block out the Skull Dragon for sure. because Heal Guardians exist, you can play this as a guaranteed, like, this is a 4 of. Like, you can play 4 of this card, boom, your V deck is ready to go. You have probably the strongest G Guard there. You target 1 grade 3, a grade, and 2 grades, oh, sorry, it has to be no units. Sorry. My mistake on the Heal Guardians. But you target basically 2 grade 1s and a grade 2, that's plus 25k shield. 2 1s and a 3, that's 20k, and that's good enough. Especially for that special aspect. Counterblast 1 is pretty okay, so. This one I will place in a good. This is a good. Yeah, I placed it in a good. I placed it in a good just below the strides for Spike Brothers. Yeah. 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 Alright, how far are we left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're 9 left.
We're so close.
We're so close. Alright, next one. But yeah. Next one is the Dark Irregulars one, Mayhem Force Wind Princess Nivijas. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Counterblast 1, choose one of your opponent's units for every 10 cards in your soul. They get -1 critical until the end of the turn. 2 cards, 2 units get -1 crit if your soul has 20 cards, for an example. This G-Guard is really good. It's like,
G-Guard is very good.
G-Guard is very good. It basically says, screw you, Force 2, only deal me 1 damage tonight.
Yeah, it's a good counter to stuff like Leslie and Hell Moon.
It also stops, like, so you can, it doesn't say you can, I think it doesn't say you cannot
choose the same unit more than once.
You cannot choose the same unit once. So it doesn't stop, like, 1 unit's double force gifts. It does, you do have to choose different targets.
Yes, but if you do G-Guard twice with it, you do get to choose the effect.
You do get to do the effect. This is a C tier, surprisingly. Why? Because you have a G
cards in Soul is a
lot. 10 cards in Soul is like the minimum you'll hit. It doesn't give you shield.
Because you need to. It doesn't give you shield.
Yeah. It does Counterblast 1.
The thing is, most of the time it doesn't need to give you shield.
No.
Because it's just gonna say Counterblast, give like probably your opponent's Vanguard minus. Because what you're probably gonna do is you're gonna either guard or rear guard or guard the Vanguard with this, and then just give whatever they aren't swinging with -1 critical. And then you stare at your opponent and you just go, yeah, put your crit check on that so it hits me. I dare you.
Yeah. However, there's a lot of stronger G guards for like Dark Irregular. There's one that gives your board resist, and I was like, oh boy.
That is good, but I think the guaranteed -1, because if you look at this, like what this card really says is Counterblast 1, heal 1. And like that's kind of crazy. Sometimes it's Counterblast 1, heal 2. That's insane.
Yeah. It's really strong, but there's like, you will dedicate a spot into it. Will you play 4 of these? I don't think you will.
So.
That's why it's like 2.
I think you play 2, but I think the 2 that you play are like really critical. I think you're probably gonna call this basically, like not every game, but maybe like 50-60% of them.
Yeah. It's
just because it just says it just says PG heal 1.
Yeah.
Or not PG heal. It just says like stride counterblast heal 1.
Yeah.
And that's just a really good effect.
Yeah, it's definitely the top of C. It's not B. Because you can't just like throw 4 of it inside of a deck and call it a day. It's definitely it's very heavy, especially for Dark Irregulars, because everything costs a Counterblast. Everything does. That's why most of the G cards they usually play are Counterblastless, and it gives you like an additional benefit. It's very that Counterblast is probably the balancing act for this effect for it.
Yes. It is very strong though for that Counterblast.
It definitely is.
That's why I think If you're gonna keep it in C, I think it's top of C. Otherwise,
I think
it's
for
bottom
sure.
of B.
It definitely is top of C, bottom of B
top
for
of
sure.
C, bottom of B is where it goes. I
Yeah,
think.
I'm gonna put it top of C.
But B is bloated, so let's put it in C.
Yeah, we'll put it in C. It definitely will end up like that. Alright, next up is Jester Demonic Beast Felon Fox, or Felon Chimera. Flexion Chimera for Pale Moon. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, cost put one or more cards from your hand into your soul, and this unit gains plus 10 shield until the end of turn. Until the end of that battle for each card put into the soul. If two or more cards are put into the soul, you choose one of your opponent's stand rear guard, one of their stand rear guards, and puts it into their soul.
This card is amazing.
This card is basically Denial Griffin on crack. It's like,
You don't choose it. Your opponent chooses it. So
it's
it is worse.
it
than
is
Denial
it is still Denial Griffin on crack. It's like,
Griffin. It does. There is counterplay to it.
there is counterplay to it, but it's so it's a very this basically is the anti Pale Moon mirror card, because you always do it and be like, hey, you're either gonna target this Leslie or you're gonna target this Alice. It's like,
Yeah, it is very good in breaking the mirror.
yeah, it's very great against breaking the mirror. But I think that's why it's a okay. So this is probably the best G card Pale Moon has ever have. Outside of that, we have the one from Fire's collection. Look at the top 3. Put one of your soul gains 5 shield. That is the only one. There are no other great G guards. This is probably our best one. We'll slap 4 of it because we don't have anything else better than it.
The other value is that this card does just turbo soul charge you if you really want to.
If you really do need to, yes, it does. And it's very easy.
It gets anything out of your hand into your soul.
It
which
makes
is
all
very good.
your grade 3 Alice's be like, cool, you're 10k shield. It's very strong. It is definitely forward that we'll play off. This is a good card. It is. It's not nice. No, it's bottom of nice.
I would have put a bottom of nice as well.
Bottom
I
of
was
nice. I was like, bottom of good. It's like,
it's not S.
It's
like,
not
it's not
S. It's definitely not
It's
S.
a good card, but it's not like.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not stupid. It's not bad. It's not a Y. Good. Surprisingly, nothing ends up on Y unless other people say so. But this is sort of like the. It's nice because
I
it.
managed to fight to keep most of the cards at a Y.
Y is like. Oh, there's.
Why? It's so hard.
It's so hard to
this
ask.
set is so well. This set's very well.
This is
designed,
well
and that
great.
there's very few that are Ys, and most of the Ys are for
like-
people
Who are like
upset
upset.
that they didn't get exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, the
Yeah.
Genesis Stride costs a lot, but the effect is stupid.
Yeah,
You
like I
physically
can
cannot put
I
that
can
on a Y.
understand why it can go into the Y, and I can agree with Ryan's opinion because
Yeah,
I've also
someone
played it.
would- Some people will put it in Y,
Yeah,
but the effect is so strong that I don't think you can justify putting something that good in Y.
yeah. Oh, it's
Like, it
so.
would have to cost like another counter blast and one more card for me to be like, okay, that's a bit much.
Yeah, yeah. Because it's like this is like it's the fair enough cost to be like, okay, this will cripple the deck enough to be like you can't play 4 of these. It's like you definitely cannot play 4 of these.
You can't play 4 of these, but the one time you use it, you're gonna be real
Right,
fucking
right.
glad you had it.
Yeah, it's nice to have. But yeah, that's why I think anything we put into S tier is definitely something to be like, you can slap 4 of us in a deck and you're perfectly A-okay. Yeah. So, outside of that, let us head up to the next one. Interdimensional Dragon History Vision Dragon. This is the Gear Chronicle one that says when this is placed on the Guardian Circle cost. Discard 1 or more cards with the sum of their grades being 3 or greater from your hand. And this gains plus 20k shield until the end of that battle. If you discard a card with a sum of their grades being 6 or greater for this cost, counterblast one that choose one of your units that can't get hit by the battle. That's nice. Anyways,
Yeah, it's a solid C tier.
it's a very C card. It's
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but it's like if you look at any of the G guards for
Gears
For-
already has very good.
it has
G-guards. You look at their
Uru,
G-guards,
it has
yes,
Hound,
around.
it has that
Around, yeah,
it has that it has that one from whatchamacallit, that promo one. Cause that one's like, yeah, the promo G guard.
From the clock one, right?
Yeah, the clock
bear
one. Yeah, that one's like, oh boy, that's like a great first G guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gear this suffers from the fact that Gear Chronicle already has amazing G guards.
Yeah.
So it's like anything less than like another fucking version of Heltorah around was always just gonna be okay at best.
Yeah. Like this is good.
But it's still good.
It's still good.
I don't know if you might play a one of depending
But
on the
I
tech
think
deck,
you
but
only
otherwise,
play as that one of. It'll never go more than that one slot.
You'll never go more than that one because all your other
Yeah.
G guards are just so good.
Yeah, that's very true. That's really sad. Like, it has a really cool design, and I like it. You can pitch a Valkyrion in, like, a level 1, and be like,
And it's
hit
peak
6. It's like,
Yeah, you look at your opponent, it's like, I'm gonna Fenrir discard Valkyrie with the G guard, and your opponent's like, what?
what? It's like, I'd be like, oh, getting attacked by Chronojack, and be like, discard Valkyrion, and be like, oh no. It's like the world has shown me my fate. But besides from the cheese, this is nice. Anyways.
Yeah.
Alright. But yeah. People will change. I think Derek is... I don't know how high Derek is on this one. But... I think Derek...
if I remember correctly, he said it's okay.
Okay.
I
Good
can,
on
I can look it up right now while you cover the Grand Blue one.
Yeah. The Grand Blue one is Moon singing Diabolic Princess Oriana. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Counterblast one, and the attack unit gets -1 crit for each 10 cards in your drop zone. This is the same thing as the Dark Irregular ones, but only for 1 unit, if I remember. Yes, the attacking unit. This is...
And it is also only until end of battle.
It isn't only until end of battle. Is this a D?
I don't think it's a D.
Like, I don't know. Like, why would you play this? Like, I can understand. Only against like D police. You'll mainly see this. Even in the mirror matchup, like you'll be okay with it. Like it's
okay everywhere is why you play it because it's just
it's just
counterblast.
Like don't take a
Counterblast
damage.
PG. Yeah, it's just counterblast. It's a counterblast PG for a heal.
It's so that's the thing is that it's so good, but like at the same time like you never want to play more than 2. I think this falls in like the top of C again, like the Dark Irregular ones, just because like it's basically Grand Blue's second copy of Denial Griffin. That is pretty much what it says, but like it's so. I don't love the card. I don't hate the card. It's like a very meh. It's very meh. But it's not worse than like the Royal Paladin one. It's like it's better than like the OTT one to like an extent. It's like I will put it like above the Murakuma one. Like it's very like you'll never want to use this unless you're about to die. Whereas like the Dark Irregular ones you can spread between like 2 threats that will kill you. This one only works against the 1. Yeah, middle C. This is roughly like around middle C, so. Alright. Next one.
I'd say I think based on what he said it's fine.
Okay.
Because he didn't comment on it, therefore it's probably fine.
Alrighty, boys. It is Diva Salvation Lucrece. This is the Bermuda Triangle G guard that says when this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Counterblast 1, return a normal unit from your rear guard to your hand and perform the following effects according to the grade that it was bounced. To or less, this unit gets 15k shield until the end of the battle. 3 or more, give one of your vanguards and choose one of your vanguards and it gains +5 until the end of the turn. Whew, this is nice. This is a nice one. It's not. This is not S tier, and I will make the argument why it's not S tier. It can go up to S tier. I will say that, but it is
very situational.
It's very like you have to. This is a very strong second. This is a strong setup PG. You need to set it up properly in order to get all the payoffs for it, to get the certain effects for it. It's very strong. This is basically fixed Ellie without Ellie existing. It's like, and it's
also,
very good.
the value in it is that it gives you the utility of being able. You can choose how you want to play the game to use this PG in certain ways. Because if you're going against Pale Moon, you're gonna call up a grade 3 sitting in the back row, set it up, and you're gonna be like, all right, go for your combo, counter blast.
Yes.
I'm now perpetually sitting at 18k.
Yeah.
Most of your board doesn't hit anymore. How go you?
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, I've got an Alice that swings in at 18, and you're like, I'm at
23.
My Alice swings in at 17 consistently. You're like 18.
Yeah, I was like, oh
Everyone's
no.
oh.
And then I think even whatchamacallit, you do like the very cute tricks that people have been doing with the grade 1 from Lyrical, which is plus 10. And be like, cool, I bounce this back to my hand, and then I do another Citron play. And I was like, oh look, another plus 10. And be like, damn, I hate myself now. I was like, thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, you can set up stuff like that, or
you can play like an early like grade 3 punch in. I was like, cool, bounces back to my hand. I have a stride or a reride next turn. It's very versatile. It's very strong. You can't just grab 40, slam into a deck, and you're fine. But it's not S tier. It's definitely not. It's either that or the bottom of S tier. This is definitely not the stride, the G guard that we needed, but it's the one that we'll take. Yeah, it's very good. I will put this on the bottom of S because A is getting a little clogged up.
A is also getting very clogged up.
A is also very getting clogged up, but I can understand between the two. This is a bottom of S, and I think this is probably what the standard of G guards should be. I think it should be within like, if you need a Moto G guard, this is what your standard should be. And I think that's probably not the wrong call, but it's very like I wanted like, if I was like a Moto one, I wanted this to be like the same thing as like the Genesis one. If the Genesis one was just like this by like soul blasting like 1, and like depending on the grade that you get, you have like a choice between the two, that would have been like perfect. But yeah,
Speaking
I feel
of Moto ones. Let's go to Aqua Force next.
Alright. Rebellious Heavenly Flow Dragon Demon Era, the Aqua Force. This is the one that says when it's placed on the Golden Circle, cost the Counterblast 1 and perform the following effects depending on which battle is placed. First battle, choose one of your units that gains plus 5 until the end of the battle, end of the turn, and then on the fourth it gains plus 20k shield until the end of that turn. Ooh, this is like the duality of man. It's like,
last one we got a very good Moto one. This
one is very it's better than the flip one, because this is basically the upgrade of the flip one, but it's very it's good against everything besides the mirror match. That's the thing, is that like if you take this card into any matchups really, like Aqua, like you play this against like the Gordora one, like Mega Colonies, this is really good because it'll shut down like a lot of Gordora like turns, because like you do this against like the Antlion and be like, cool, plus 20 to it, but then you go into like Maelstrom and be like, ha. It's like, I gain power. What? You can only guard with one and be like, alright, here we are. You play against this with like, it's great against multi-attack decks. It's not great against like the one really annoying single attack. That's why the Great Devourer will kind of shit on this. Kind of. I mean, first of all, you won't be able to call it at all, but like, Die Kaiser or DP says it'll be like, whoa, cool attack, bro. So anyways, I'm gonna shatter it in the Shadow Realm. That's why I think it is a definite C. But this is better than, it's better than It's not worse than. Is it worse than? This is worse than Genesis. I feel this is worse than Genesis.
Yes, it is worse than Genesis.
It is worse than Genesis. I think it's just because like it's good, but like it's definitely something like you will live like you want a card that says like you want like a PG effect on like one of those G cards for like Aqua Force. But this doesn't give it to you, which is very sad. Very, very sad. You want a PG effect on this, but you don't have one. So, that is that, fella. Next one is Mega Colony's Constraint Mutant Deity Cruweeble. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, Soul Blast 1 and it gains 30k shield until the end of the battle. Your opponent chooses any number of their rear guards and rested. It gets minus 10 shield until the end of that battle for each unit that was rested. Why? It's like, why? Why? Because we already have this. It's like, we already have this effect pretty much on every G guard. Why?
They're running out of spaces to put Mega Colony cards as well.
Yeah, because the thing is that like, it's like you already have like the flip G one that gives you a counter charge soul charge one, and like you'll let that happen. This one you'll let them gain the 30k shield, and that doesn't hurt the deck. You also need a soul blast one for this cost. You also have like back row rest denial Griffin. Sure, it doesn't give you shield power. This is probably like you will definitely throw this down to like guard out an attack, and that is it. Like your opponent will never rest it. Your opponent will never rest like more than 2. That's like
Yeah, that's a Soul Blast 1 for 10k to rest 2 rear guards. Honestly,
it's pretty medium. It's very medium.
It's very medium, but you've definitely just Soul Blasted to functionally reduce their power by 20k.
Yeah, but like you've already do that already with any of the other ones.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad though.
It's not bad, but at the same time, it's like
it's not. It's again like it's not bad enough to go down below like.
It's not D.
C,
it's not.
It's just not.
It's
not a C. It's like a low. It's bottom of B. I think it's just.
Yeah, like
it does something that the rest of the clan already does.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do it in a way that's worse or better.
Yeah, like
it's there.
It's so.
It's there.
It's there.
It's
like
a
you'll play this one of, but you can't slap this in like more than one in any deck. I think other people will disagree with it, but I think it's so like you rather have a refund on resources or like even arresting the entire back row is way better. In certain matchups.
It's a nerd is what it is. It basically does nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's there.
It's there just to accelerate GB if you need to. You'll probably flip this card whenever you use a G guard. it's like, or like a flip G guard. So bottom of B. It shall be bottom of no top mid below the top of C's. This is like better than the Aquaforce Stride, but it's not like the top of C. Like the Aquaforce Stride's good because it makes a free circle on combat and you can get more extension attacks, but like
that's it.
It's like this is like when you're plan A and you have to go to plan B.
Plan A, B, and C fall through, and you're like, I guess I'll make a circle on attack.
And I was like, yeah, that's the thing is that like I'll create an extra circle on attack, and then just like add more things, which Aquaforce already does.
Like it's not like a bad card.
It's not
like,
bad. It's actually it's like a really
your whole board.
It gives you
really good with like what's his face. The dumb idiot. God, I hate his name.
Yeah, it's really good with if you play like Basil Assaults.
Title Assault.
Yeah, title assaults, wheel assaults, rolls. It's really good. It gives you like a way more diversity in like attack lines.
You're hitting like wave 7.
But
you're
yeah,
just hitting wave. I'm hitting more.
you're just getting more attacks through and through.
But you're getting more attacks, but you're not getting like the quality of attacks you get from something like Alexandros.
Or like even like old like not Favos. What's the other one? God, I think it's Lambros. Even Lambros was like, whoa, man, when you do a Lambros play, whoo!
Lambros, Alexandros.
Even Favos, like the one that lets you attack from the back row, is pretty good. So it's like giving a unit in the back row to attack from the back row in knock horse is pretty damn good. But like when you this just gives you like this is more of a setup card. If you could have gone the setup. It's like it goes like these two between the two. It's like a meta call between like which ones you need to do. No, I'm gonna give it higher. I'm gonna give the Aqua Force one a higher rank up just for like YouTuber content. It's like, yeah, but yeah. So next up is Great Natures. Omniscience Dragon Sebuk Avil. When this places on the Guardian Circle, Caraboss 1, discard the top card of your deck and perform the following effects depending on the card type. A normal unit, it gains 20k shield. Trigger unit, choose one of your units, and it can't be hit until the end of that battle.
This card's great in Isabel.
This is great in Isabel. It's surprisingly just a fair G-Guard. It's probably just the most valid G-Guard you'll go into first. I think whenever I play against Yogi against his Great Nature deck, he always complains that he doesn't have a really good first G-Guard to go into. This is a good G-Guard to go into now. It basically, sure, you mill out a card, but you don't care because you're Great Nature. You'll cycle that back in by playing that rare stride that shovels 5 back in. If you hit a trigger, it's a PG. If you hit a normal unit, it's 20k shield. It blocks out a lot of attacks on the first one.
If you have Isabel, you're just gonna get the PG.
You'll get PG no matter what. It's definitely a thing you can stop 4 of. It's very strong in the Isabel defense control deck. This is a fine 1 of as well in like the regular like lists. It's good. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Like, I'm not in love with it. I think Yogi will put it in a nice category. I personally will put it at the top of B. Top of B, just because I think it does a lot more work than it does with other clans. It's probably better than the Link Joker one, because the Link Joker one is a good start. It's a good starter for like setup PGs. This is just a good. It's just a good PG. It's just good. It's just there. It wrecks people's hopes and dreams. You definitely will see it, and then it will be like, yeah, that's cool. And then you realize, be like, oh, this is a mistake. And the last but not least, the Neo Nectar G-Guard, Flower Princess of Dedication, Robertina. When this is placed on the Guardian Circle, choose up to the total of 2 normal units with the same name as each other. Put it to the bottom of put it from your drop or the regular circle onto the bottom deck in any order. If you choose to, countercharge 1 and it gains plus 15 shield to the end of the battle. This card is what we need! This card is what we need!
It's on tarot. You lose 5k shield, but you get a crit, or you get a
you countercharge 1, shuffle 2 things from your drop zone back to your deck and rearguard circle. This is what we need. You want that Sicilio refund for another turn to search for again with your strike? This is there for that. You need a countercharge 1. You need a counterblast 1 for your next play next turn. You have it right here in this G-Guard. The thing that hurted Neo Nectar a lot was Counterblast, and there was no efficient way to counter charge except for like the heal triggers that like
trigger and Big Dragon.
And Big Dragon, and that was the only efficient way to counter charge. And then even like that GR, that like Soul Blast, and then you can discard to do Soul Blast. No, you have to like Soul Blast 1, put 5 back, and a discard.
The only efficient one that existed in Neo Nectar was Faction Locked, and it was the Musketeer.
And those Musketeer ones. Well, even no, because the Musketeer one, did they have one?
They do. It's when this unit is placed from deck, choose 2 cards in your damage zone and flip them face up.
Oh, yeah.
But it's limited to being placed from deck.
That's a little sad.
Yeah, that's why. But that's why I think Musketeers gets a lot better, because once you have the new stride, you're like,
Yeah.
I can guarantee my counter charge.
Charge
whenever.
4. You basically says counter charge 4. And then you can choose like a grade 0. Be like, I choose grade 0. Call this grade 0 and then grab another like heal from your hand. I think that's why once you go into Neo Nectar, you will play 3 heal guardians and one regular heal. One regular grade 0 heal. It could be the Musketeer one. But I think that's probably the right choice. You could do it too. But it guarantees you that stride guarantees you a proper setup. This is I hate that I make the bias for it, but this is an S tier.
I think it's an S tier. I think it's just so good.
It's so strong.
It's recursion,
Like,
refunding, and just
Yeah,
more shield.
like
all on
you,
one card.
it's all there. Like this is like the same thing as like the Bermuda Triangle one. It has such a strong. This is what you want the default G guard to be. Like it does, especially in like this day and age where you want like as much value as you can. Like it's either the bottom of S or like the very top. Like this is like if I would say like the Neo Nectar one is like the gold standard, and then the Bermuda one's like the platinum standard for like their respective clans. It's very hard, and then the Shadow Panel one can go between the like A and S as well.
Yeah, grade
Yeah.
0, Gardenia Musketeer Elaine. When this is placed on Breakguard Circle, do the effect of your Musketeer. Choose 2 cards in up to 2 cards in your damage zone and turn them face up.
Yeah. But that's basically the list. I think we can safely do this. If we really wanted to be picky on having a D, it's this. It's definitely just throw this into D tier because we can. But the set's really strong. The set's very strong. I love it. This is like there's not like a whole bunch of like bangers on the top, but like there's 0 Ds in like pure just base evaluation. Like your deck will the thing with like G guards, I think Ryan was like if the strides warp the deck to like support it, G guards are you must play 4-ofs. Is whatever is a 4-off you play, this will be an S tier.
Or you play as many as you feasibly
Or as you feasibly can. I would play like because this Bermuda one, in my personal opinion, will switch out hand in hand, and I play 1 maybe 2 in certain decks. It definitely takes out a card for sure. And then if you were a V or even a D deck, you slap 4 of those in, you are ready to go.
Yeah, and for S tier G guards, the question is not whether you play this G guard; it's how many.
Yeah.
Like the Neo Nectar one, that's not a. Am I playing this? This is how many Antaros am I taking out to replace with this?
Yeah, because Ontero is like, it's a Soul Blast. Also,
it's a Soul Blast for 30k.
Yeah,
For
it's still
like,
great. Ontaro's like
I
probably
think it's great.
It's great.
It's just great shield for value.
Yeah.
But this card just says
Refund
325.
resources. Resources that you desperately need to win the game. And that makes sense. And I enjoy that. And that's why, like, I think that's why you look at the top, like, the S tier. The S tier only comprises of, like, 6 cards, which is, like, it's impressive.
It's very low.
It's very low.
For what the last premium sets were, S tier being just 6 cards is very low.
It's very low. Like, it's not, like, overly
But
damn. But, like, at the same time, I was like, I like
I'm
that
happy
nice
with
and good. I'm okay with this. I definitely enjoyed reading through these
enjoyed
previews.
it powering down just a
Yeah.
little bit.
Just a bit. It's not. This is probably like
it's not so weak that
yeah.
everything
This is
feels
like Kamigawa
yeah.
Neon Dynasty.
yeah, everything feels good
Yeah.
with a few egregious elements.
This is not Throne of Eldraine. It's like that's what Premium Collection 2021 is. Yes. No, wait. Was it 2021 or 2020? The one with Zazan.
I think that was 2021.
I think so. It's one of those two. But that's
Yeah,
pretty
'cause
much
2021 was the second one. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is pretty good. I will post this onto my Discord if you want to follow that. There's links to that inside the channel as well. I will have this also on Twitter as well. Follow that as well. There will be a vlog of this back on the YouTubes because of content. Thank you for everyone who has been here. Jack as well as Ryan who had to go to sleep for work. Thank you for everyone for watching. You all have a good night. And thanks for the things. Oh, there's a bot I should probably get rid of. Give me like 20 minutes. There we go. Oh wait, no, not block. Ban. Yeah. Alright. But thanks for everyone for watching. Sorry about that. There will be no edits because I'll probably just immediately post this. Thank you for everyone. You all have a good night. Thank you and bye-bye!